Hello, everyone, and welcome to Canadian No Sides. I wanted to do a video today that on a topic that I enjoy and is interesting and fun, but this guy came across, and I have to talk about him. His name's Kyle Kalinske, and he has takes on the Ukrainian situation that are naive at best, we'll say. He's a political commentator for a living, and he puts out several videos a day, apparently, and he seems to not take more than 5 minutes to think about them because let's go through it because I just want to show you his takes and my reaction to it. If you agree, if you disagree, that's fine. I'll actually put my bias up front. I am pro-Ukrainian in this conflict, and I am. I guarantee that I am much better informed on the situation than Kyle is. I don't read every article. I don't go. I have a full time job doing other shit, but I do keep tabs on it. I watch Prune's videos. I think he does a good job at breaking down things on a broad strategic level. Now, again, his I take his analysis with grains of salt because he's not specialized in the area, but given what he says and how he researches and describes the situation, I feel he does good in a broad overview sense. So it's definitely more in depth than a lot of mainstream outlets go, and I consider him to be a relatively reputable source. And there's also Jake Bro. He's obviously pro-Ukrainian, but he does have combat experience, so he does bring that to the table. And I think he does have interesting analyses on the situation. So, go check him out. If you agree, disagree, come back, let me know. But I think he does a relatively good job. Combat Veteran reacts. We might differ politically, but I consider his analysis on this perspective to be very interesting and in depth. And he, I believe, used to be an officer, so he also brings combat experience to the subject matter. And then there's a Ukrainian that I watch. His name is Denis Davidov, and he's obviously pro-Ukrainian. And he, I believe, used to be an airline pilot beforehand, but it is good from my perspective to get a more Ukrainian assessment of the situation, and I think he does a relatively good job in bringing that to the table. And I'll just address why I don't, follow any pro-Russian sources too closely, is because their analysis and breakdown seems to be laughable at best. It's if you look at Russian propaganda, it is comical in its portrayal of reality. So there's a reason why I don't subject my brain power to that sort of abuse. But you can agree or disagree. Let me know. And I also want to mention Laserpig. He is an entertaining historian, so I always take any entertaining historians with huge loads of salt, but I just find him fucking hilarious. Okay, it's just my personal opinion, and he does have some juvenile humor, but I don't know. I find him very entertaining, even if I take what he says with a relative boatload of salt. But I like to season my consumption anyway. And now we'll get on to Kyle's take on the certain perspectives, and let's see and break it down. I'm going to start before the war, his analysis before the war, and what he thinks is reasonable commentary on the situation. Oh God, this is gonna be painful.
So it seems like a ridiculous thing to say at face value, but perhaps it's not so ridiculous when you look at the facts. We're playing with fire here, man.
Who is playing with fire? Is it Russia that's playing with fire, or is it America that's playing with fire at this point? This is January 24th, 2022. So it's a month before the war.
That doomsday clock is not in a good place. We are perhaps on the brink of World War III, which would be obviously game, set, match on human civilization, because in the nuclear age, you can't have a World War III.
Now, I disagree in this scenario because pretty well every nuclear power understands that nukes aren't useful. They are at most a bargaining chip. Even if two nuclear powers go to war, they're not going to start the war off by launching nukes. That doesn't instill confidence in the population of either side. So even in the initial stages of a conflict between two nuclear powers, the nukes aren't going to fly right away. And I would argue the nukes aren't going to fly at all. Because the most likely scenario in that instance is, even if one side starts losing and gets desperate, they will threaten to use nuclear weapons and force both sides to sit down and come to the bargaining table. There will not be a launch of a nuke by any government that has them, in my opinion. It is so politically, socially, and economically toxic that even defensively, using a nuke is a non-starter. It's a non-starter for investors and businesses and civilian populations. So, it's not likely to happen even if there's a conflict between two nuclear powers, from my perspective. You might have a different opinion. Well, you obviously have a different opinion since you wet your pants every time Putin says, I'm going to do it this time. I'm totally going to do it. Don't make me do it. He said that, 10 times at this point? And oh, this is a red line. Oh, this is a red line. Oh, this is a red line. And every time it's been crossed, and nothing's fucking happened. Okay? So you might wet your pants every fucking time, but I don't. Because I see that it makes no sense. And even in the case of where there's a mad dictator, it has to go through the general, it has to go through the officers, it has to go through the person who pushes the button. Now, through the Cold War, there has been times where it's been delegated to officers and it's been a close call because they removed safeguards in between the making the decision and the person who pushes the button. And fortunately, it never happened, but that's not the world we live in anymore, okay? It's just not. The most likely country to use nukes is North Korea, and they have 10 of them. I think 10 or 12. Let's just make sure. Okay, they have 40 to 50, and their ability to launch them, they don't have that many silos. They don't have that many ballistic missiles, and I would, considering that their technology is worse than Russia's, and Russia's technology, as exposed in the war, is not very accurate, and not very reliable. So, really, I would argue that they could launch maybe a dozen before all their sites are destroyed. And that's not the end of the world. That's the end of the Korean Peninsula, and it's a very bad time, but it's not the end of the world. So it's bad, but it's not end of human civilization bad. Okay, there's limits to the situation, okay, and how it unfolds. And I would argue that if Russia gets desperate and threatens to nuke people, you could pretty easily buy the generals who are in charge of those nukes off and say, hey, just give us we'll buy the warhead off you and give you safe passage to the West. And that would probably work for most of them, because none of them want to launch nukes. No one wants to. Okay? And it's not politically, economically, or socially viable at any point in time. Okay? And corruption is so rampant through Russia that there are other avenues of dealing with the situation than using nukes. Do you understand? I hope so.
It doesn't work like that. When you have nuclear weapons, two nuclear armed powers going at it, to say it's a problem is an understatement.
As I've described, it's a problem, but I think it's not as much of an understatement as you think.
So Russia, China, and Iran are basically prepping and doing like World War III war games. And the situation currently unfolding between Russia and Ukraine.
Okay, the war games thing is propaganda. It's puff pieces, okay? Authoritarian dictatorships like to intimidate other people into falling in line, and you obviously, eat that shit for breakfast. But it's smoke and mirrors, okay? Pretty well all of Russia's military propaganda as the second best military in the world obviously fell on its fucking face at this point. Okay? Well, not at the point you're talking, but by the point I'm making this video, it's obviously all fake. Now, I was taken in a little bit. I will say that I did believe that Russia was more competent than it currently is, or than it was at the time. But it's something that you should really stop and think about, especially since you don't seem to understand that you were duped by the Russian propaganda, that they're not actually a competent fighting force, and that corruption is endemic in their military social structure, in their civilian social structure, in a lot of their administration. It's corroded the country to the point where it barely fucking functions. So just evolve your opinion on this situation, please, for the love of God.
Is devastatingly scary. So I want to go ahead and throw it now to, this is video from a German public broadcaster, and they're going to give you some of the information.
Okay, now I've watched this video before, and there's really no information until he starts speaking. So, we'll go to that. Fucking ads.
Even as we're relentless in pursuing this diplomatic path, we'll continue to make very clear that if Moscow chooses the path of further aggression, we will impose swift and massive costs.
Now, when he says further aggression, at this point, Russia has already annexed Crimea and has troops and military equipment in the Donbass fighting Ukrainians already. Like, the war's already started. It's just going to escalate to a broad-scale war in a month. So the fact that the West did relatively little when Russia was doing this shit because of the same type of bedwetting that you currently are doing, it's sad because it just emboldened Russia to try and go for everything, not knowing that their corrupt social structure is not equipped to handle that type of invasion.
We urgently call on Russia to take steps towards de-escalation. Any further aggression would have serious consequences.
Yeah, and that didn't work.
But comments by the US president a day earlier have raised questions about whether those consequences really do apply to any act of aggression.
Now, Biden's going to make a statement here about if Russia does a little more, forceful incursion into Ukraine, we might not do anything, which is just it's not a deterrent, we'll say. And guess which side of this Kyle comes off on?
Russia will be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do, etc.
A minor incursion has already happened at this point. Crimea was illegally annexed. There's fighting in the Donbass. There were 2 Minsk agreements that were both violated by Russia.
But if they actually do what they're capable of doing with the force amassed on the border, it is going to be a disaster for Russia.
Yeah, and it was.
White House later tried to clarify, insisting that the West would react come what may. But the issue has highlighted questions over what level of aggression would trigger what kind of response. The US has made it clear that it would expect Berlin to target the controversial Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which links Germany to Russian gas.
Which was a problem. Having a democratic NATO member attach themselves economically to an authoritarian expansionist dictatorship based because of natural resources is problematic, to say the least, and a security concern, obviously. Kyle doesn't see it that way, but I personally do. And it was used by Russia as a bargaining chip. It obviously failed.
It's also worth noting that gas is not flowing through Nord Stream 2 yet, which means that the pipeline is leverage for Germany, the United States, and our allies, not Russia.
Now, Russia thought it was a bargaining chip for them, and it obviously backfired.
For now, though, there's another round of diplomacy coming up. Antony Blinken will meet his Russian counterpart in Geneva on Friday, seen as one of the last chances to find a way of avoiding war.
The naivete.
So the good news is that they're talking, and according to Anthony Blinken, the talks are direct and open and businesslike, and nobody's playing hide the ball. But at the same time, both sides are kind of playing hide the ball in a different sense because...
Okay. Countries are always going to play hide the ball with negotiations. They should hide the ball less, I would argue, being more honest and forthcoming, but it always happened. So this isn't really a deep analysis.
As Russia is insisting, look, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to go into Ukraine. They've amassed, I read, up to 100,000 troops on the border. And on the U.S. side, you know, we say, well, I don't know what you're talking about. We're not involved. We're not interested in a conflict either, but we are sending weapons on top of weapons on top of weapons into Ukraine as well, and also into some of the surrounding post-Soviet states.
Okay, now, why are weapons being sent to Ukraine at this point? Is it because Ukraine's planning to invade Russia? Is the weapons being sent to Poland, Latvia, and Lithuania, you know, being sent there to invade Russia? No. Those countries want affirmation that the NATO treaties are going to be upheld. Because which side is the belligerent here? Okay? Russia. Russia's the belligerent. NATO is a defensive alliance. Okay? If Poland wants to attack Russia, NATO, the rest of the NATO countries, they don't need to get involved. They can set it out. They don't have to send one soldier to Poland. Okay? But if Russia attacks Poland, then, you know, NATO comes in and defends them. Now, you're going to make some interesting claims and arguments later in the video here. And I'm going to tear them to fucking shreds.
So, and by the way, these things are viewed from both sides as red lines. So, like, the West doesn't want Russia to put any troops on the border, of course. And Vladimir Putin and the Russians don't want the U.S. to send weapons into states bordering Russia. I mean, how would we feel if Russia set up a bunch of missiles in Cuba? Seems like something like that may have happened at some point in history, and we reacted in not such a great way. Tensions were so high, and we're lucky we escaped without an absolute cataclysm.
Now, the standoff in Cuba wasn't over machine guns and anti-tank missiles being sent to Cuba. It was about nuclear missiles being stationed in Cuba. You understand there's a difference there between nuclear weapons and conventional weapons. I hope you understand the difference there. Not to mention that the weapons being sent to Ukraine are being used to defend it against Russian aggression already happening at this point. Crimea has been annexed. There's fighting in the Donbass. Okay, there's already been an invasion by a belligerent at this point. It is disingenuous to compare that with an authoritarian dictatorship sending arms to Mexico. Okay? It is comically different. Because in order to be a part of NATO, you need to be a functioning democracy. You have to have a system, an economic system based on the market economy, fair treatment of minority populations, which Russia does not do. It is sending their minorities and forcing them into the military in order to bolster the percentage of ethnic Russians in those areas. Oh. Commitment to the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Does NATO do that, or does Russia do that? I would hazard to guess NATO is more in line with negotiations than Russia is, and is more honest when it comes to the agreements met. And let's see, the ability and willingness to make a military contribution to NATO operations, which means being able to put your troops in other NATO countries so that you have skin in the game, so that if anyone in those countries, if that country gets attacked, you are going to probably actually put your troops and help your troops already stationed there defend that country. It's having skin in the game already. This is part and parcel of how NATO works. Do you understand? I hope so.
How would we feel if Russia was funneling weapons into Mexico and Mexico was an enemy state of ours? I don't think we'd like that very much.
Again, difference between the political, social, and economic situations in those areas.
So, in order to
terrible
understand
comparisons.
This conflict, you have to understand the history of the region, because a lot of people, literally every mainstream media pundit, and of course every right-wing commentator, none of them will give you the history of what led to this. They just talk about it as if, usually the default assumption is like Vladimir Putin is Hitler and he's trying to take over, every area under the sun.
Okay, you are not giving proper context to the situation. Okay? You're the one misleading. And you're not bringing into the history that the conflict's already fucking going on.
And he has world domination goals, and so, anything we do to try to deter that is just and moral and righteous and virtuous.
Okay, no. Hitler didn't want to take over the world. Hitler wanted Lebensraum, which is living space for his chosen ethnicity. Okay, he had extermination goals for people inside that territory, which included a lot of other countries, but it wasn't the entire fucking world. He fought the entire fucking world because of treaties and alliances between those countries and his country.
That seems to be the prevailing underlying narrative and assumption when people talk about this, but it really is not that simple. And it shouldn't surprise you guys in my audience to know that it's not that simple. So, in an article in the New York Times, and credit to the New York Times for putting this line in there, although I will say there's an article that came out 2 or 3 days ago, and this line was way deep in the article, but nonetheless it's there. So they say, quote, Russia's demands include a legally binding halt to NATO's eastward expansion and a withdrawal of NATO troops from countries like Poland and Baltic nations that used to be aligned with or part of the Soviet Union. The United States has dismissed those demands as non-starters, even as American officials offered talks on other matters, such as military exercises and the placement of missiles.
Yes. NATO has treaties with Poland and the Baltic nations stating that if Russia or anyone else tries to attack you, we'll defend you. Those countries joined NATO democratically. Okay? They decided to join NATO, and they needed to meet these requirements, and they did. They wanted to join NATO. Now, it might surprise you that former Warsaw Pact countries wanted to join NATO and not be under Russia's influence. Maybe there might be a reason for that. Maybe they don't want Russia fucking with them. Okay? Let's take a look. Bilateral aid to Ukraine from countries. Look who's at the top here. Based on GDP, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. The very countries that Russia wants booted from NATO, and you think should be booted from NATO, are the ones giving proportionally the most to Ukraine. Why? Because they feel threatened by Russia. And apparently you want them to be threatened by Russia by saying, Russia, we won't defend these countries anymore. Those agreements that we made with those countries, will forcefully cancel them because, we don't want any conflict with you. Yeah. And how are these countries going to feel? How is Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland going to feel when, they wanted and agreed to join NATO and were working members and partners in NATO, and then because Russia said, "Whoa, you better kick those guys out of NATO. We don't like these members of a defensive alliance that democratically joined NATO to be on our borders. You're going to have to kick them out." And do you think that's a good idea? I think not.
Okay. So now also Biden is talking about he's reviewing plans to send anywhere from 1,000 troops to 5,000 troops, U.S. troops, boots on the ground in the area near Russia's border. Okay, this is getting beyond crazy.
No, it's not. It is to reassure the countries most threatened by Russia feel safer and more secure that the U.S. is actually going to honor its contract in NATO and actually defend them if Russia attacks them. Okay, that is that's how NATO works. You want the partners in your defensive alliance to trust that you're going to make good on your commitments. And considering you want to boot these countries from NATO, I hazard a guess that the rest of the NATO countries, even after you boot them and damage relations with all these countries, that the rest of the NATO countries would start having questions about your commitment to defending them and your commitment to the contract. If Russia threatens Germany or France, are you going to boot them from NATO too? It's I would imagine you would. I'd imagine if Russia asked for NATO to be disbanded, you'd say yes, given your commentary on this. Because, oh my God, it's just sad. Like, this is your starting position. Your starting position is everything you want, Russia, yes.
And reckless and dangerous, of course. So, here's what happened. When the Soviet Union broke up, in other words, when the West won the Cold War, we gave our word to Russia.
No. The U.S. had a handshake agreement with the Soviet Union that was still constituted at this point. It was just the breakup of the Warsaw Pact that, NATO wouldn't move closer. There is no physical documentation. Nothing was fucking signed saying, nah, we won't allow these other countries that are breaking away from the Soviet Union to be in NATO. So there's a key difference there, because the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Okay? The Russian Federation constitutes part of what was left over of the Soviet Union. And to say that agreement, that handshake agreement, should be considered valid is stupid. Especially considering all those countries weren't forced to join NATO, they democratically decided to. Okay? There's a bit of a difference there. And you're wetting your fucking pants over it.
Look, we're not going to expand NATO any closer to your border. That was part of the post-Soviet Union deal when we broke up the Soviet Union and created all the post-Soviet states.
That was not part of the agreement with with Russia. That was part of the agreement with the Soviet Union, which no longer exists, and there is no paperwork, nothing was signed. There is no contract. That was broken.
And ever since we gave them our word on that, we've gone back on our word, and in fact, NATO has crept closer and closer and closer to Russia's border.
Yes, totally by force. All of those countries, those democratic countries that applied to join NATO, they were forced at gunpoint. Oh wait, no, they fucking weren't. They democratically decided to join. There was agreement on both sides. It wasn't force. Russia uses force, coercion, manipulation, and other tactics that these countries wanted to get away from. I am not a NATO fanboy. It might sound like it at this point, but I'm not. NATO is like Child Protective Services. Okay, it's not a great institution, but it's definitely better than Russia, who's the abusive father that sends his children to work in the salt mines. Okay, there's a bit of a difference. The social structure of NATO is far better than the social structure Russia wants to put other countries under. I hope that you agree. I hope that. Given your rhetoric, I'm not entirely sure.
Now, from the Russian perspective, this is an act of aggression.
Countries democratically joining a defensive alliance is not an act of aggression. And you should be able to recognize that Russia is going to take every excuse and has used every excuse that, it's an act of aggression. Sending artillery to Ukraine was an act of aggression. It was a red line that they were going to start, threatening to use nukes. After the successful Ukrainian offensive, they annexed those oblasts, and now they're part of the Russian Federation, and they're going to defend them, with all means necessary. And of course you wet your pants over that again. We'll get to that video. But it's not. And dictators use any opportunity to try and intimidate their opponents. And you are obviously someone very easily intimidated. Very easily.
And again, it's not too hard to figure out why. If we had Russia with weapons in Cuba or Mexico or Canada, and those states were nominally either neutral or aligned with them, we would view that as a provocation.
No. Cuba's already an enemy of an enemy of the U.S. Okay, there are weapons in Cuba, and I'd argue that a bunch of those weapons in Cuba are Russian-made. What was it considered an act of aggression from the United States? There is no comparison between Mexico and Cuba and the United States. Okay, it's your comparisons here are laughably stupid. I'm sorry.
So that's the Russian perspective on this. Hey, NATO, get the hell off our border. Stop, effectively threatening us here. And
NATO membership is not aggressive. Okay? the country has to be attacked, and the rest of NATO has to agree that that country was attacked, and then NATO would go in. Okay? If Estonia attacks Russia, NATO's not going to join. NATO's not going to join them in attacking Russia. They have no obligation to do so. And they're not going to. Estonia is not going to invade Russia. Poland is not going to invade Russia. Do you understand the difference? At this point, I sincerely hope so.
You can see where they're coming from, because it's not like the U.S. actually abides by international law and doesn't act in a thuggish way globally. In fact, this is a point that Putin has made repeatedly over the years. The U.S. has 900 military bases around the world.
Okay, so no, the United States doesn't follow international law. It breaks it every Tuesday. You are correct on that assessment. But can anything be done about that? No. Nothing politically, socially, or economically can be done to stop the U.S. from doing that. Can there be things done to stop Russia from engaging in their forms of aggression? Yes. Okay? You see, pick your battles. There is nothing that can be done about the U.S., and the U.S. largely isn't as egregious in their human rights violations as Russia is. Okay, I don't remember kids being kidnapped from Iraq and being sent to the U.S. for re-education. Okay, I don't remember mass graves being found in Iraq that involved civilians and political prisoners. It's something that, on a scale of magnitude, Russia does more egregiously. Okay? Yes, the U.S. had Abu Ghraib and continually tortures using what's it called? The place in Cuba. Guantanamo Bay. Okay? Guantanamo Bay is a torture center that the U.S. uses consistently. But nothing has been done and can be done about that. Is there a way to stop Russia from torturing Ukrainians? Yes. Ukraine taking back that territory and putting an end to it. Okay, there's things that can be done and things that can't be done. And things that can be done to stop the humanitarian abuses that Russia is committing is, I'd say, a good thing, if you can stop them from doing those things. And we should stop them from doing those things, okay? Hypocrisy is not an argument, okay? If someone kills someone once a day, and then someone else starts killing 20 people once a day, and the person who kills one person once a day says, hey, you should stop killing people, and that person turns around and says, well, you kill person every day. It doesn't make murder good. It doesn't make it right or justified. Okay, it's just hypocrisy. And everyone is hypocritical.
We fund 73% of the world's dictatorships. We effectively have puppet governments that are aligned with us in 73% of the world's dictatorships.
Okay, I wouldn't call them all puppet governments, but yes, the U.S. does support dictatorships around the world. We do as Canadians, we do trade with China and benefit from the slave labor over there. But there's things you can do and things you can't do in the current climate. And one of those things that you can do is stopping Russia from fucking over Ukraine. Pick your battles, basically.
We're expansionist. We ignored international law in Iraq and in Afghanistan and with the 8 countries that we're currently bombing.
Again, hypocrisy is not an argument.
And so for us to say, hey, look, you got to abide by international law, but then we violate it on a Tuesday before brunch, that's beyond hypocritical, and your word has no weight when you act like that.
It's not that your word has no weight, it's just that you can... It is hypocritical, okay? It doesn't change the truth that it's wrong. It just means that it's something that you should look at yourself.
Now, the perspective from the West is Vladimir Putin basically wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union, or maybe even go beyond that and like take over all of Europe. And, you know, you would see there are people deranged enough to make Hitler analogies and comparisons, like, you know, that's really his ultimate goal, is to take over all of Europe, perhaps all of the world. I think that's really hyperbolic.
Okay. He doesn't want world domination. He wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. Let's go with that argument. Your argument is to remove all those countries that were in the Warsaw Pact from NATO and say, fuck off. Russia, have fun with them. It's laughable. And comparing Putin to Hitler isn't as absurd as you think, because he has been Russifying ethnically certain areas of his country and is trying to do that in Ukraine. And that's something that Hitler was trying to do with Germany and the Lebensraum as well. Okay? It's it's something that isn't that far-fetched of an analogy. He has deliberately shipped and forced a lot of the minorities in his country to fight in Ukraine, and less so of ethnic Russians. Why? Because he wants to make more of Russia ethnically Russian. And he does that by diluting the proportion of the minorities in Russia. He's also kidnapped children in Ukraine and shipped them to Russian families to be Russified. It's... There's also whispers of him doing that to adults and shipping political prisoners. There's obviously them killing political prisoners in Ukraine with the mass graves of civilians. It is a genocide that is going on. And it's against non-Russian people. So, again, it's not hyperbolic to compare him to Hitler. Not as hyperbolic to compare him to Hitler.
But now we're stuck here in a standoff. Now, in his heart of hearts, does Vladimir Putin probably want to reconstitute the Soviet Union? I think that's probably true. But I also think it's true that he understands that that's not politically viable or feasible given the strength and power of NATO. You can't do that without World War III.
Now, given that you wanted to kick all the ex-Warsaw Pact members from NATO as a starting position in negotiations, he could theoretically, at that point, reconstitute the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact without attacking any NATO countries, because you kicked them all from fucking NATO. Just, oh my god. In one breath, it's not possible because of the strength of NATO, which I totally want to disembowel. uh,
However, we saw a similar thing happen when Russia invaded Georgia. I think that was under George W. Bush. Georgia, not U.S.'s Georgia, the country. And of course, we saw it with Crimea in, I believe it was 2014 under Barack Obama. And what happened is Vladimir Putin went into Crimea and effectively said, well, this is ours now. And it is true, this is a part that's, kind of buried in Western media. It is true that the area that he took over, regardless of what you think of what he did there, the area that he took over is basically ethnically Russian. And then...
So that makes it fine. Oh, the fact that Russia invaded Georgia and the West did nothing, and the Russia invaded and annexed Crimea and started a war in the Donbass, that's all fine because those are ethnically Russian areas. Why do you think that's a good argument? Why do you think that a major power taking over and annexing territories that are part of their ethnicity is a good argument for them militarily taking those territories? You're gonna make an admission later in this video that you're not Neville Chamberlain, but you certainly fucking sound like him.
When you ask the people in the area that they took over, something like over 70% of them said they would prefer to be with Russia.
Okay, considering that the FSB is a shadow of the KGB, and these people are being publicly asked, which means they can be identified by the FSB, and Russia has a loose interpretation of free speech in the territories they control and tend to police that heavily. That 30%, I would argue, is a lot, because those people are brave enough to risk jail to say, fuck no, this is bad. Fuck no, I don't want to be a part of Russia. That's pretty bold for a 30% margin to be that brave and come out and say, FSB, arrest me, fuck Russia.
Because Ukraine, like a lot of the post-Soviet states, are kind of fake states, and there's all these disparate factionalized regions that don't have a sort of national unity.
Okay, there's a difference between ethnicity and national unity. I hope at this point that you understand that. And more to the larger point you're making, all states are made up. The United States is completely made up. The separation of the colony from Britain is an idea, okay? That was completely made up by those people and believed in by those people. Do you understand that is a monumentally stupid statement?
And what we're talking about now, with the part of Ukraine that Vladimir Putin looks poised to take over, it's a similar situation. And in the case of Crimea, he did it because the Russians needed to have access and needed access to a critical port that was there that, they view it as, well, if Ukraine aligns with the West and you have, like, American warships in this port that's right here by our doorstep, that is beyond an act of aggression, that's, almost close to an act of war.
Oh my fucking God. That is such a stupid statement. It is an act of war to have American ships close to a a a um a a, a national enemy. Ah, man. That would be like saying having American ships in Japan is an act of war against China. It's oh my god, it's so stupid. Oh my god. It is such an act of war to have American ships be in ports that are close to aggressive, expansionist, authoritarian dictatorships. It's not an act of war for Russia to annex Crimea and engage in conflict in the Donbass. No, those aren't acts of war. No, absolutely not. That's just Russia taking back ethnic territory that should belong to them, right? Oh my god, it's so fucking stupid.
It has us boxed in totally and completely, and they fear that the West wants to topple their government.
Considering that Russia is an expansive, authoritarian dictatorship, they are always going to feel boxed in because they don't make friends with their neighbors. The reason that Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia joined NATO isn't because they isn't because Russia's just any other country. It's because Russia is a threat and meddles and fucks with its neighbors. Just, oh my god, the stupidity.
And wants to meddle in their affairs. So it's a messy situation, and what you have is both sides are claiming that they're acting purely defensively. Russia claims they're acting purely defensively because NATO has encroached closer and closer to their border.
And you agree with that statement? You agree that the annexation of Crimea was defensive? That the conflict in the Donbass was defensive to this point?
And by the way, under Donald Trump, a lot of people don't know this, but under Donald Trump, he acted in a very aggressive way towards Russia, despite all the Russiagate propaganda. There was a NATO buildup on Putin's border under Donald Trump. They viewed that as an act of aggression. It was Donald Trump who rejected the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. By the way, that's a pipeline that Biden effectively approved. I mean...
Okay, both of those things are perfectly within reasonable assessment. Okay, Russia is an aggressive, authoritarian, expansionist dictatorship, and Germany, a NATO ally, a military ally within NATO, is economically attaching itself closer to the hip to said dictatorship. That seems like a national security risk. Okay, it seems like a NATO security risk. It's not as problematic as you think.
I agree with Biden on that because he says, look, hands off, this has nothing to do with me. It's an issue between Germany and Russia, and if Germany wants a Russian pipeline going into them, sure, I might not like it as the American president. I want you to buy our natural gas and not Russia's, but, Russia has it cheaper, and if you want to make a deal with them, well, who the hell are we to interfere? So Biden has effectively approved that pipeline, but now they're saying, look, we'll use it as leverage in this back and forth. And you have some psychotic neocon warhawks in the U.S. saying, well, now the round of sanctions that needs to be done is you cut Russia off from the entire global banking system. Okay, well, if you do that, then you're definitely asking for World War III because there definitely will be some sort of official hawkish response from Russia.
Okay, at this point, Russia has effectively been cut off from Swiss. And is there World War III? Has anyone seen World War III? It's You're oh my god. Give Russia everything it wants. I don't want to wet my pants anymore. Fucking hell.
And so Biden took a lot of shit for saying what he said there, but I think he's being honest and open. Now, he's being honest and open, and maybe you shouldn't say it out loud, but he's still being honest and open when he says, look, it'll depend on the nature of the incursion is. So it looks like Vladimir Putin is almost certainly going to go into Ukraine, but Biden's larger point there is, if you go into Ukraine and you take the area that's already kind of aligned with you and ethnically Russian and wants you there.
I don't know any part of Ukraine that actually has a majority of people that wanted Russia there. And even the idea of setting the precedent where you could, as a sovereign nation, you can invade another sovereign nation and just take territory that has your ethnicity within it. It does sound Neville Chamberlain-ish, your comments here. It sounds like, well, it's fine to do that. It's fine to take sovereign territory as long as some of the people there are part and parcel of your major ethnicity.
Well, that's one thing. We don't like it. It's bad, but that's one thing. But if
we don't like it, but we won't do anything to stop you. You can do it without any consequences whatsoever. But tut tut.
If you go into the ethnically Ukrainian areas, well, then we have a real problem.
Again, why is that a fucking argument? It's fine to go into these areas because they have a different ethnicity than these areas do. If you go into these ethnic areas, well, that's a problem now.
Because they don't want Russia to take them over. And also, we've been arming rebel groups on the ground. By the way, this is a little-known fact, but a lot of and Trump armed these people too, a lot of the Ukrainian rebel groups that we're arming are neo-Nazis.
They're integrated, the Azov battalion was integrated into the army. And if Ukraine had said, okay, you guys that politically agree with us, you guys are getting ammunition. You guys that politically oppose us, you guys are not getting any ammunition. You guys are not getting any funding. Those people have guns. And if you want to create a rift in your army while you're being assaulted by a larger, more powerful enemy, that's not a recipe for a successful defense. I'm sorry. But having, say, a Soviet-style system where the educated soldiers needed to have exactly your ideological perspective in order to get the defensive equipment needed to perform their duties is problematic. It didn't actually work out very well when the Soviets did that. Having commissars kind of hurt them militarily speaking, and they had a lot of resources to work with in comparison to just Ukraine. So maybe that's a bad fucking idea. Oh, you don't politically agree with me 100%. You don't get any weapons. Fuck.
Which I was exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. So it is a colossally messy situation, and a lot of people are commenting on this without giving the history of NATO. A lot of people are commenting on this without giving any credibility or credence to what Russia's perspective is.
There's a reason for that. You're not giving the context to how NATO fucking operates. And you're also buying into the Russian narrative hook, line, and sinker by saying that Russia's asks are reasonable. Do you watch Russian propaganda and just be like, that's right? They got it nailed. Oh my God.
So I'm trying my best here to give both sides of the argument so you see where both of them are coming from.
Not really. You're giving more Russia's side because you're terrified and shaking in your boots that, there could be a conflict with Russia. And anything Russia does, well, that's fine as long as it doesn't involve us. Russia invading Georgia, fine. Russia taking over Crimea, fine. Russia's aggression in the Donbass, fine. Russia militarily forcing itself into ethnically Russian areas of its neighbors, fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But if Russia tries to take over non-ethnically Russian areas, that might be a problem. Though we'll get to later videos where it's not much of a problem for you.
But the fact of the matter is, we can't afford this sort of hawkishness and rising of tensions. We can't afford it. It's the nuclear age. If there's some sort of miscommunication or one person steps out of line and goes too far, there can be absolutely devastating consequences. I mean, it's already a devastating situation, but it can get a hell of a lot worse. So I hope that cooler heads prevail. And listen, some neocon idiots might say I'm doing appeasement when I say this, but I don't think it's appeasement. I think that the simple demands of Russia on this front are reasonable because all Russia wants is to go back to the original deal of NATO.
All Russia wants is for the military defensive alliance that it opposes to reject the contracts that are already signed with its border countries and to take over and occupy ethnic areas that are, or areas within another sovereign nation that are ethnically Russian, and you're fine with all of it. But that's not appeasement. No, it's not appeasement. Oh my God. Just give in to all of Russia's demands and avoid war.
Which is you can't get further and further closer to our border. And NATO has been doing that. When NATO was launched, there were only 12 countries in NATO. How many countries are in there now? 30.
Why did they join? How could they join? They need to have a functioning democratic political system based on market economy, fair treatment of minority populations, and commitment to peaceful resolution of conflicts, and the ability and willingness to contribute to NATO operations. Sounds like the basis for a stable defensive alliance. And the NATO has to agree, and they have to agree, and both sign a joining document. It's not a bad thing to have a defensive alliance. It's not an offensive alliance. If Poland attacks Russia, no other NATO country is obligated to help them. None. Zero.
30. So we said we're not going to expand closer to them, and then we expanded closer and closer to them. And by the way, there are 3 countries that currently want to get into NATO: Bosnia and I never knew how to pronounce this. Herzegovina, Georgia, and Ukraine. They're aspiring NATO members, but they're not in NATO. And so this notion that we're going to send American troops to fight and die and potentially start World War III over Ukraine, that's not something I agree with. That's not something I believe in.
Oh my God. It's a deterrent. Russia didn't invade Estonia. Why? Maybe because it would cause a war with the rest of NATO. Russia didn't invade Latvia or Lithuania or Poland. Why? Maybe because it would cause a war with the rest of NATO. And your argument is, again, just so fucking stupid.
There was some preposterously high percentage of Americans that couldn't even put Ukraine out on a map in a story.
Yes, there's probably a high percentage of them that don't know where fucking Italy is, or France, or Poland. Okay? That's not an argument. We can't honor our defensive commitment to you because some of the people we ask don't know where your country is because our education system is shit. So we're not gonna send anyone to fight over there and help you because some of our guys can't find it on a map.
Story that just came out, and you're going to ask people to go fight and die for that? Now, the counter argument is, yeah, but if you let Putin do this, then he's never going to stop. And I sincerely believe that that's bullshit in this sense. Not everybody's Hitler. Not everybody wants world domination.
Again, Hitler didn't even want world domination. He wanted Lebensraum. It was a conquest of extermination to a certain point for living space for his preferred ethnicity. Okay?
I don't think Vladimir Putin wants world domination or will try for world domination. I do think in Putin's heart of hearts, he wants to reconstitute the old Soviet Union, and I think that's unacceptable, and nobody would allow that to happen. But in terms of attempting to go back to the original deal when the Soviet Union was broken up and became Russia, I think that's a perfectly reasonable ask. So,
okay, it's there's so much stupidity. I zoned out.
I really believe that that's bullshit in this sense. Not everybody's Hitler. Not everybody try for world domination. I do think in Putin's heart of hearts, he wants to reconstitute the old Soviet Union, and I think that's unacceptable, and nobody would allow that to happen.
Except for the fact that you want to pull NATO membership from all of those countries that border Russia to keep them as buffer states, and then, you know, when Russia invades or politically influences them to side with Russia, that's... And you're probably not going to want to intervene in any of those areas right up until, you know, there's Soviet or there's Russian troops in East Germany. Okay? Probably if there's Russian troops in East Germany, you'll be like, you know, this is back to the original agreement. You know, just don't cross into West Germany.
But in terms of attempting to go back to the original deal when the Soviet Union was broken up and became Russia, I think that's a perfectly reasonable ask. So I'm going to read it to you one more time here. Russia's demands include a legally binding halt to NATO's eastward expansion. We should do that. And a withdrawal of NATO troops from countries like Poland and Baltic nations that used to be aligned with or part of the Soviet Union. I think that's reasonable.
Why? Why do you think it's reasonable to cancel agreements with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland? You know, you say that, you know, it's some that it's not viable for him to want the Soviet Union back, but you're sure going to give him a good head start.
The United States has dismissed those demands as non-starters.
No shit.
American officials offered talks on other matters, such as military exercises and the placement of missiles. So in other words, the U.S. is saying, look, we won't do like war games on your border anymore. Oh, how kind of you. You should have never been doing that in the first place. And
as if Russia doesn't do any.
We're not going to have like missiles pointed at you from very close to you. Okay, well, again, that's a tiny concession. It's a good concession, but it's a tiny concession because that never should have been the case in the first place. If Russia had missiles in Cuba pointed at us, we'd be like, well, that's basically an act of war, and now we're on red alert, and we're about to assemble the forces to deploy.
What kind of missiles? Nuclear missiles? Yeah, I agree. Any other type of missiles? Fucking hell. It's not... Let's defang every country bordering Russia so that Russia can take them over easier.
So I think that what they're asking for is legitimate and fair. I think you just have to go back to what the deal was when the Soviet Union was broken up, which is all of those post-Soviet buffer states need to be just that. They need to be buffer states.
Do you think Russia, run by a man who wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, is going to leave those buffer states as buffer states? Let's remove all the troops from those people, all those countries. Fuck you, those countries. Yeah, have fun with Russia. We're not going to help or do anything or help you stop Russia from influencing your politics or militarily invading you. But we just need a buffer state right up until Russia takes you guys over. What happened to all our buffer states? I guess we're going to need more.
They need Austria-like neutrality. That's it. I think that's all that Russia wants. And, you know, Vladimir Putin, are there some ethnically Russian areas that he would effectively annex and try to make a part of Russia again? Yeah, and we know because he's already done that.
And you're fine with it. Tut tut.
Is that bad? Yes. Is that something to start World War III over? Absolutely not.
Is that bad? Yes. But we're not going to do anything about it because your country has nukes. So whatever the fuck you want to do is fine with us.
Absolutely not. Because I think this mindset, this assumption that, well, he obviously has expansionist goals, and any deal with him is like Neville Chamberlain's deal with Hitler.
Yeah. There were already two agreements. The first Minsk agreement and the second Minsk agreement. And where is Minsk? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah. Maps. Okay. Minsk. Yes. It's right in the middle of Belarus. Such a neutral country. Ah. Yeah, it's so neutral they allow Russian troops there and allowed Russian troops to launch an invasion into Ukraine. So, yeah, any deal with Russia is obviously going to work out and be honored by Russia. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
I simply don't buy that. And
of course not.
Generally speaking, the only people who buy that are people who don't have a historical understanding of the region.
No, that's not the case. They have a historical understanding of the region and Russia and how Russia treats agreements.
They don't understand the history of NATO, and people who...
You don't understand what NATO is, do you?
Tend to believe that the United States is always the good guy by default.
Obviously, as I stated in this video, no, I don't. But it doesn't mean Russia's good or Russia's honest.
Always acting in the world's best interest by default. We're the world police, and the official baddie nations are just a different breed, and they mean ill.
As if Russia isn't actively doing ill in Ukraine. You know, Russia's annexation of Crimea, that wasn't ill. Invasion of Georgia, that wasn't ill. The Chechen War wasn't ill. The incursion into the Donbass, not ill intent at all. Russia poisoning its political opponents, not ill. Russia poisoning its political opponents in other countries, that's not ill intent at all.
For everybody. That's my sense of it, is the people who don't think these are reasonable asks and don't want to comply with these asks are American exceptionalists, and they've drunk the Kool-Aid of the propaganda that all the baddie nations are If it wasn't for us keeping them in line, they would lead the world to chaos and devastation and dictatorship and totalitarianism.
Is Russia a totalitarian nation that is currently waging a war of death and destruction in Ukraine? I'm not sure. Are they? Have they done death and destruction in other areas up to this point, like Georgia and the Donbass and Chechnya? Do you understand that the actions in context by this authoritarian dictatorship are aggressive and their asks are dishonest? Do you understand that? I hope so by this point.
And they're the main problem, basically. I simply don't buy that. I think that's a childish argument. So look, I tried my best to give both sides of the story here.
No, you didn't. You gave the Russian side and said, that's reasonable. Though, I guess, neutrality is a good perspective to have. Like, this person says this person says this. Make up your own mind who's right? Isn't that a style of commentary that you enjoy?
You can determine whether or not my breakdown is fair. You can determine what you think would ease this situation. But I really think the best thing that we could do is go back to the original deal when the Soviet Union was broken up. Go take NATO back to where it was in, 1995, and just keep it there. And have the buffer states, be neutral.
How would you enforce them being neutral? You can't be too democratic. That might piss off Russia. You can't do too many economic agreements with us and not enough with Russia. You have to keep your industry 50% West, 50% Russian. It's just so stupid. And I'm not sure any of those nations would like that. But again, those nations don't matter to you. Their opinions don't matter to you. Their democratic processes don't matter to you because they're too close to Russia. Their desire to be in a defensive alliance, to not let Russia meddle in their fucking shit. No, that's not acceptable because Russia says so.
And leave it at that. Now, if in that situation, in other words, if we give into and agree to the reasonable asks of Russia, well, then we'll take it from there. And you know what? Hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe when we do that, if we do that, then Russia tries not only to take over ethnically Russian areas, which is one thing, but also goes further and actually tries to reconstitute the old Soviet Union by force. Well, in that instance, the second that, he gets to a NATO country...
The second he gets to Germany, you mean, because you want all the other countries to be kicked out of NATO. And considering that Germany wasn't reconstituted at that point, you're probably saying that if they occupy East Germany, that'll be fine too, just as long as they don't go into West Germany. As it's not like then it's too far. As soon as it gets to a pre-1995 NATO country, then it's too far. But every other country, those tens of millions of people, fuck you, you're on your own. Oh my God.
All bets are off, and then you do have World War III. And in that instance, that wouldn't be the fault of America. That wouldn't be the fault of the West. that would be the fault of Vladimir Putin, because he would have goals that are too expansionist for peace.
Once he takes over the Baltic states, the Baltic states and Poland, and East Germany, once he gets to West Germany, well, then it's too expansionist for us, you know. I have a feeling that if Kyle was in the negotiating room and he booted all of those countries and Russia's military operations actually went to plan, once Russia got to East Germany and was threatening West Germany, I pretty much can guarantee you that Kyle will be like, okay, Germany, sorry, you're out of NATO. Oh, Germany's gone now? He's threatening France? Okay, France, you're out of NATO. We can't have World War III.
And if that's the case, that would be my commentary. But as of right now, that's not the case. And the asks, I think, are perfectly reasonable. And unfortunately,
Okay. Kyle, if anyone knows Kyle, if you can send this video to him and get him to watch it, all of it, I would love to do a mock negotiation. Okay? I'll play the Russian side, you can play the American side, and we'll have a mock negotiation from this point in the war. Like in 2023. Okay? From this point. From where it is now. And I guarantee you, by the end of the negotiation, you'll be sucking my dick. Given your perspective here. And we're going to go through other videos of his. And they're just as fucking bad. They're just as bad. And I hate my brain cells for it, but we're going to go through.
I don't think the West is going to honor these asks, which are fair. And I think he's going to go into Ukraine, but I think he's largely going to go into just the ethnically Russian areas of Ukraine.
Which is totally fine with you. And Nostradamus, you must be, because, oh wait, no, he didn't just go into those areas. He actually tried to take over all of Ukraine. So he messed up and thought that you'd just roll over. But we'll look at a couple more videos where you do just that.
Which, it's not a good thing that he's going to do that, but he's going to do that. And then you just have to hope that Joe Biden is as reasonable as Barack Obama was, and you don't start a war, and you don't engage in kind where we can have escalation to the point of absolute catastrophe. Because in the nuclear age, you can't have two nuclear-armed powers in a hot war.
As I stated at the beginning of the video, it's not as big of a threat as you think it is.
Because it's too dangerous. And we're all at risk if we do that. So you just have to hope that, because I do think, since the West is not going to agree to the reasonable asks of, like, go back to original NATO and stop expanding towards our border. Since the West is not going to do that, I do think Vladimir Putin is going to go into Ukraine in the ethnically Russian areas. And I just hope Biden's smart enough not to escalate from there.
As if that's not an escalation from Russia. Oh, again with the ethnic argument. Good job.
Because that would be devastating. But look, honestly, based on what Biden said there, it appears like his instinct is the same as mine. Where he says, look, if it's just a little incursion, then, what are we going to do? Let's not start World War III over that.
It's just a little incursion. Don't worry about it. You can take over ethnic ethnically Russian areas of your border countries. We're not gonna do anything. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna respond at all.
He said it. I just hope that the pressures behind the scenes from the deep state are not too impenetrable where he feels like he has to react in kind, which could make everything go out of control. So anyway, there you have the breakdown. I really hope cooler heads prevail. This is a dangerous situation for the world, and it's not getting as much talk and fair coverage as it needs. People are too busy talking about sexy M&Ms and whatnot, which I will do as well, but this is the meat and potatoes. This is the more important stuff, and
Glad you think that, Russia being able to annex territories that are ethnically Russian, and you're fine with that, it is the meat and potatoes of your content.
It's a time to cross your fingers if you're, superstitious, or even if you're not, and just hope that we can get through this and the power of talking and...
Yeah. We'll talk, you'll invade. It's fine, don't worry.
Honesty and negotiations wins out over our more primitive, violent instincts.
Yeah. Let's go through another one of his videos. Now, going through his videos here, there's another video here that I thought I wanted to talk about, but he basically just makes similar arguments that it's fine if it's, if Russia forcefully takes over ethnic areas of Ukraine by force, and Ukraine's a fake state and whatnot, simply buying into Russian propaganda and hook, line, and sinker, and making ethnic arguments, which is fantastic. Good job. What's the next one? Yes. Hell Unleashed. Where he went over the initial invasion.
It's happened, everybody. It has happened. Hell has been unleashed by Russia on Ukraine. Not only are they attacking what we thought would happen, which is the eastern portion of the country where it's separatist territory.
Which you in previous videos had said that's perfectly fine.
Not only are they doing that, they've gone beyond that, not just deeper into Ukrainian-held separatist territory, but also all of Ukraine. So let me give everybody the updates. Bear with me here. This might take a while. We're going to go through all of this. Lay down their arms and go home.
Basically what Russia thought Ukraine would do, based on the intimidation factor, which you fed into. Yeah.
So he gave a very, very ominous speech where all this stuff...
And this is February 24th, yeah.
...was laid out. He also had a very cryptic line about if anybody else gets involved, you'll have consequences the likes of which you've never seen before.
And obviously you've bought that.
He said we want to demilitarize and denazify the Ukrainian government. So trying to give himself cover for an offensive and aggressive action. Conflict News says, right now, Russian President Putin is delivering emergency address. Quote, "This is the red line that I have spoken of many times. They have crossed it."
Yeah. Yeah. They crossed the line, so I'm going to invade.
New statement from Biden. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. So I'll read you the entire statement. statement by President Biden on Russia's...
Okay, you can pause and read that if you want. I want to get to his analysis.
Key Ukrainian government websites are down following a series of cyber attacks.
Yeah, this wasn't as severe as initially expected, because Russia put a lot of effort into their cybersecurity, but they also put a lot of effort into their military. And that money went somewhere. But it wasn't necessarily to where it is supposed to go.
Absolutely psychotic to pull a move like that. Above and beyond what anybody thought he might pull off. Because it is absolutely psychotic to pull a move like that. Now, this is really something here.
Right.
TV is now following up on Putin's speech with a graphic diagramming of territorial gifts to Ukraine from Russian czars Stalin, Lenin, and Khrushchev.
Given that you have already mentioned a couple of times that Ukraine is a made-up state, you're saying right now that this is Russian propaganda, and you had fed right into it.
The yellow bit in the middle is labeled Ukraine. So here's why this is important. Here's why this, what's going on Russian TV is important here. What this shows you, again, I think in no uncertain terms, is that this is not just about NATO expansion.
No shit.
Because if it was just about NATO expansion, the only point being made by Vladimir Putin and by the Russian state TV outlets would be, hey man, this is purely defensive. It's all because of NATO expansion. We feel under threat. This is as defensive can be. But that's not the only argument we're hearing. We're also hearing arguments directly from Vladimir Putin about, hey, my predecessors messed up when they were too lenient with the former Soviet territories. They gave them free rein to leave the Soviet Union whenever they wanted for whatever reason they wanted. That was a mistake.
And this is why dictators will give several reasons. And then they'll just pick and choose which ones are most amenable down the line.
We built these countries up. We funded them. They're in debt to us. We share a culture with them.
If you share a culture with them, you probably shouldn't invade them and force your will upon them. But that, my perspective. Even if they don't share their culture, you should probably not do that.
Not a good look, to say the least. Ukrainian ambassador in an emergency UN meeting last night. The Russian president declared a war. Should I play the video of your president? The Russian ambassador responded, this isn't called a war. This is called a special military operation. So, honestly, as I listen to...
Is it... I can't remember if this is still called a special military operation. I believe it is. But I believe Vladimir Putin and others have slipped up and actually referred to it as a war.
To this, I thought of the United States and our imperialism. Because Russia is doing the exact same thing that the United States does. As we do offensive military action, we pretend like it's purely defensive, or we pretend like it's not even a war, it's a limited targeted strike, or we come up with all these Orwellian terms. That's exactly what Russia's doing.
Okay, both bad in both instances, but you can't stop America. You can stop Russia. Pick your battles.
So I would implore leftists, if you oppose U.S. imperialism and U.S. aggression, and you understand all the trickery and deceit that goes into the language around what we do, for the love of God, say the exact same thing about Russia here, because what Russia is aggression, and it is imperialism, and they won't even call it what it is, which is obviously a war.
Okay, but your response to said war is limp at best. It is pathetic. Because in later videos, you talk about we're giving Ukraine too many weapons. Like, do you want them to win the war or not? You stop giving them weapons, they lose the war. Why do you give them weapons in the first place then, you fucking idiot?
let's continue. Trump went on TV and talked about this. Aaron Rupar says here, "Oh my God, after Ingram mentions that Russian forces are reportedly engaged in an amphibious attack, Trump says, you told me about the amphibious attack by Americans. You shouldn't be saying
just going through all
the
stuff. I want to get to his analysis."
Ingram corrects him. So, I mean, this is to be deployed by U.S. and allies on Thursday. So here's what this means, and this is something that everybody needs to wrap their mind around. This is how terrifying this current situation is. So with Vladimir Putin's speech the other night, Biden unleashed a first round of sanctions. Now, those sanctions, in my opinion, were intelligent because they were proportional. They deterred without escalating.
How did they deter? You make the claim that those initial sanctions were a deterrent. What did Russia do after those sanctions to scale back its invasion? Or to reduce its war crimes? Or anything? Did Russia actually stop? No. Russia didn't. So they didn't do anything. Okay, they didn't initially do anything. Okay, sanctions have a corrosive effect on the country, and you're on the war machine, and you're saying, "Oh, those initial sanctions that didn't actually accomplish anything, that's good. Those were fine." Okay, but any more sanctions?
But what Putin did is, a full day after he gave his announcement of invasion, that's when he actually started militarily attacking targets. Now, since there was a little bit of a gap there between the initial announcement and now the bombings, now there's going to be a second round of sanctions that come.
Because he wasn't deterred in doing anything.
Now, we'll have to see the specifics of these new sanctions, but if the U.S. and Western allies go all out and do what's called the SWIFT banking sanctions, which is basically cutting all of the Russian economy off from the global banking system, well, batten down the hatches, son, because Russia has already stated they would view that as a declaration of war.
That's already been done by this point several months ago, and what has Russia done? Anything? No. They've just continued with their act of aggression. Okay? They haven't, none of these sanctions forced Russia to scale back, but what these sanctions have done, well, they haven't forced Russia to scale back their plans and haven't removed any political goals, but what it has done is reduce their capacity to produce military equipment that is sent to the front lines. You know, they've had a corrosive impact on the Russian economy, which is arguably necessary to stop the war machine, or to at least put some wrenches in it. Okay? And that's a good thing. It might hurt ordinary Russians, but it doesn't matter what sanctions you do, it's going to hurt ordinary Russians. You can sanction the oligarchs all day long. But as we know, from any hierarchical social structure, the people at the top will pull from the bottom so that they hurt last. So it doesn't matter. The more sanctions imposed, the better.
And if that's a declaration of war, then Lord only knows what they're going to do in response. I mean, at the very least, there will be some sort of retaliatory attacks against the West and the U.S. in the realm of cyber attacks or things of that nature.
Those didn't materialize. Or if they did, they were so inconsequential no one talked about them. And again, I don't think at this point, what day was this? This was also February 24th. Okay, so yeah, so the Russian incompetence in their military hasn't shown itself yet. But being so terrified and buying all the Russian propaganda is dangerous because it just lets them do whatever the fuck they want.
Just how badly can they screw with the U.S. economy and Western economies if we do the SWIFT banking sanctions on them? So what everybody needs to understand is these things don't happen in a vacuum. There's always going to be responses. Now, by the way, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do another round of sanctions over Putin for what he's doing here. In fact, I think you have no choice but to do it. The question is, which sanctions, how far do you go? And the other question is it going to hurt Russian civilians? Because if it hurt Russian civilians, that's above and beyond what should be done, because it's not their fault that Putin is doing what he's doing.
No, it's not their fault that Putin's doing what he's doing. But it doesn't matter. As I stated, it doesn't matter what sanctions you put on who. It always trickles down. So you're not going to get any sanctions that don't impact the everyday people.
You have to find a way to target Putin in particular, the oligarchs, everybody who's involved in these attacks. And again, that's a really hard line to walk. That's a difficult line to walk. And my guess is everybody in Biden's ear is going to be telling him, hey man, you got to be more aggressive. You got to be more hawkish. You got to go harsher at them. But if you do that, if you cross a certain line, then there is going to be a retaliatory, action from the Russian government. And I don't know how extreme that could be. And this is the sort of tit for tat that everybody's worried about.
See, that's the problem, though. If your reaction is too tepid and too weak and too ineffectual, then you might as well not have done anything. Okay? If none of your sanctions are working initially, you squeeze harder. If none of your actions that are trying to stop the initial aggression are working, you try different things. Okay? But you don't just give up and go home. No, they might react negatively to our sanctions. They might react negatively. We can't have our adversaries who are invading a sovereign country react negatively to us. Oh, that would be too far. Oh, actually, I'm muted.
In the air. I know everybody thinks we've evolved. There is going to be a retaliatory, action from the Russian government, and I don't know how extreme that could be. And this is the sort of tit for tat that everybody's worried about, because you don't want
not
to
everyone's worried about
control where eventually the fucking nukes are in the air. I know everybody thinks we've evolved beyond that. I assure you, we haven't evolved beyond that.
Oh my God, you wet your pants way too quickly. Just
Humans are fucking idiots sometimes.
yes.
And, if you're a millennial,
But
your life has been going from one disaster to another, whether it's the war in Iraq, the financial crisis, fucking COVID, Trump getting elected, now this, things are not stable, is my point. So you need to find a way to retaliate in a way that's intelligent and proportional and reasonable without overstepping and without provoking a further response from Russia. Now,
okay, so doing something that won't that causes an effect that Russia disagrees with and deters them, but won't provoke a reaction from Russia is impossible. Okay? You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't, impose a sanction that would have a material impact in stopping Russia and not have Russia react. That's not how this works. That's not how it works, okay? It's something you need to keep in mind, because that's just stupid thinking. You can't reconcile those two things, okay? You can't have one without the other.
I will say there is a possibility that no matter what the U.S. does, Russia is prepared in the sense that they've cut a secret deal with China. And at this point, we almost should hope that they have a secret deal with China, because if they don't, and we go really harsh with our response here, then they are going to retaliate, and we're all going to feel it in our own lives. People are already going to feel it at the gas pump.
Oh my God. We need to apply sanctions, but only enough sanctions that they can get around the sanctions and it doesn't actually affect Russia at all. We should hope that Russia and China have a secret agreement so that they can subvert all the sanctions and they don't have any material impact. basically what you want is virtue signaling. You want to do something that has no fucking impact. It's mind-boggling. We want to do something that, forces Russia to circumvent the West, but doesn't have any negative material impact on their war effort. Great thinking. Perfect.
Russia supplies 10% of the world's natural gas.
Oh, and as long as it doesn't affect us at all. We can't impose any sanctions to stop an aggressive authoritarian dictatorship from invading other sovereign countries if it might affect me in any way. As long as I don't pay any more for gas or any more for heating, as long as those things that are affected by the world market aren't affected at all, then we'll give Russia the old tut-tut. As long as they have no impact.
And 60%, I think, of Germany's natural gas. Now, we're going to have to fill in that, which means our supply here in the U.S. is going to be limited, which means prices are going to go up. So there are going to be impacts. It's not just going to be gas prices, but you cross your fingers and hope it is just gas prices, because I shudder at the thought of what can happen in retaliation if the types of sanctions we do are viewed as an act of war from Russia.
Just really, really tepid there.
It's getting really scary, I'll tell you guys that much.
I know you're a leftist and you love virtue signaling, but god damn it. This is a war. I know what we need. Virtue signaling. Things that have no material impact but look like we're doing something.
Next, an aerial view of the traffic leaving Kyiv. You guys can see here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to play the video. I don't want to get copyrighted. But you guys can see here the traffic was absurd for understandable reasons.
There's a war.
Breaking. Ukraine's military says 5 enemy planes and a helicopter shot down in countries east. So, look, they have to defend their country, and that's what they're doing. But at the same time, I guarantee you Putin's going to use this for further fuel to do even more aggressive and hawkish and military actions against Ukraine.
Look at that analysis. Don't resist too much, otherwise it might upset the people invading you. Don't resist too much. It'll just upset them more. Oh my fucking god.
God help us all, man.
I forgot about that.
Spiraling out of control. Now this is crazy. Updated map of Russian attacks across Ukraine. Look at this. Look at this. So the original speculation was this area over here, the far eastern part that's separatist controlled. Okay, Putin will militarily take over that part. That's what he did when he invaded last night, is they went into this part of the country. But there's an area that's Luhansk and Donetsk that's Ukrainian controlled, but Putin is still claiming. So I thought the initial fighting was going to start right along this border here. It turns out they did a full-scale attack, man. They were attacking stuff all across the country.
It wasn't as effective as initially thought. As Western intelligence given to Ukraine, was able to actually help Ukraine resist the first oncoming blows from Russia, which I would argue is a good thing. Though Kyle might have thought that would have been a step too far. We can't give Ukraine information on, Russia's plan for attacking you. That might provoke Russia if they found out that, we gave Ukraine information that would help in their defense.
I mean, they were attacking stuff in regions I didn't even know they had fucking access to, like over here in the far western portion of the country. They went after Kyiv, the capital city. I mean, this is brazen. This is bold.
Yeah, it's brazen.
This is,
It was.
An escalation
Didn't work very well.
That is absolutely mind-boggling. Breaking, Moscow Stock Exchange continues to plummet, down more than 45%
Yeah.
So the Russian economy is absolutely tanking.
Well, that's what happens when you do an
Zelensky
offensive
said,
war.
"The military is engaged in heavy fighting, fending off attacks. The enemy has sustained heavy casualties. We are issuing arms to all those capable of defending our sovereignty. We have injured among the military and need blood. Please become donors." So there are going to be heavy casualties on both sides of this. There's no doubt about it. And we're already seeing reports of that leaking.
Yeah.
Half of Russia.
Yeah, there's... Actually, I think he makes a comment here about how authoritarian Russia is.
Half of Russians believe it is right to use military force to keep Ukraine out of NATO. So I'm actually surprised at how low that number is. Because given the endless propaganda and the national pride and the nationalism, I thought that number would have been much higher. So the fact that
Okay, you make that concession. Good. You actually understand that the totalitarian nature of the country actually boosts the official polling.
is 50% shows me at least there's some resistance to what Putin is doing from within his country. Now, granted, it's an authoritarian country, so if you protest against it, he could just jail you or disappear you. So I don't know if there's going to be some sort of bold anti-war movement in Russia, but there absolutely should be.
Why, Kyle? It might upset the Russian government, and they might see it as a provocation. I guess protests are okay when they get jailed right away and it doesn't do anything. You know.
There absolutely should be. And again, I just want to reiterate, we now know, based off Putin's speech, that this wasn't just about NATO. Look, don't get me wrong, guys. I would have never expanded NATO eastward in the first place.
Of course, we've already gone over that.
And I would have said, yeah, Ukraine is not NATO, and they never will be in NATO. Okay, now what are you going to do, Vladimir Putin? Because if
it's the same Neville Chamberlain argument. We gave him what he wanted. What, he took all of Czechoslovakia? See, it wasn't our fault. What? Putin invaded all of Ukraine even after we reduced all of NATO along Russia's borders? It's not our fault, I guess. Are you going to do anything to stop him? No. Will you let those countries back into NATO? Is that something that you would have done, Kyle? Is it something those countries that you kicked out of NATO originally would agree to? I'm sorry, we just kicked you out. Would you like to come back? We thought that appeasing Russia would be a good idea, but it actually wasn't. So we were wrong. We're very sorry. Come back to NATO? Or would that be a step too far? Would it be a step too far to try and get the countries back in NATO that you booted out of NATO as a form of appeasement? I am curious. So if anyone knows Kyle, if you're watching Kyle, I am curious as to your opinion on that perspective. If booting all those countries out of NATO didn't stop Russia, would you have asked those countries back into NATO? Or would you be okay with, Russia fucking with them anyway? I have my suspicions that you'd say, yeah, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it. We booted you out of NATO to appease Russia, and it didn't work, but just have fun, Russia.
If you give him what he claims is his nominal biggest concern, well then, you neutralize him.
No, you don't. That's what Chamberlain thought. And we just give him what he wants, you neutralize him. He got the Sudeten, all of Czechoslovakia is gone? Who could have thought? Oh my God.
And you get the entire world on your side. And then if he continues to invade, you get to turn around and say, look, this wasn't about NATO. He just proved it.
Okay, but you already said that the Russian propaganda stated things that proves it wasn't about NATO anyway. He will find an excuse. It doesn't matter. Oh my God. It's... Look, it was... We forcefully kicked countries out of NATO that wanted our protection from Russia, and it didn't stop Russia from invading Ukraine. Look, everyone, it wasn't about NATO in the first place. Are you going to do anything about it? No, we're not going to do anything about it, but it wasn't about NATO, so it's not our fault. Holy shit.
We gave him what he wanted, and he still invaded anyway. So I don't think this is just about NATO now. I really do think he has imperial ambitions, and he wants to pick off as much as he can of the former Soviet Union and just claim it for himself. And again, don't take my word for it. Look at the first half of his speech that he did the other day when he was declaring the invasion. He was very, very clear. He had a laundry list of grievances against Ukraine that had nothing to do with NATO. So I would have never expanded NATO eastward in the first place.
So again, you're conceding that it doesn't matter what you give him, he'll still do it anyway. And you're like, I'd still kick those countries out of NATO.
It's possible that would have avoided the current situation that we're in, but honestly, given all the new evidence, I tend to doubt it. I tend to think he would have done this or something like this no matter what. All right, let's continue. 5 million people could be displaced. The Russian invasion of Ukraine will trigger one of the world's biggest ever refugee crises, the U.S. ambassador warns. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, but there's a hot war going on, and Ukraine didn't have all the tools it needed in order to defend itself. It had some of them, it had a lot of them, and it's getting more of them now, and it should get even more of them, but it's a little ridiculous. Your perspective, not the fact that there's going to be a humanitarian crisis, because there is.
Vice World News. Beijing avoided joining the chorus of condemnation, refusing to describe the attacks on Ukraine as an invasion. A spokeswoman called on all parties to exercise restraint hours after Russia launched missile attacks on major cities in Ukraine. So, 2 things to take away from this. Number 1, this is evidence they might have a secret deal to shore up the Russian economy when the entire world cracks down on the Russian economy. Thing number 2 is...
And you're hoping that's the case. You want that to be the case, because God forbid any consequence befalls Russia that, can't be circumvented.
They're not saying anything that's a harsh condemnation because they got their eyes on Taiwan. They got their eyes on Taiwan.
Even if they did, there is no possible intelligent invasion of Taiwan from China. Taiwan's a mountainous island, and any amphibious invasion is pretty much doomed. Okay, it is not amenable to China coming in and taking it over, and there's no feasible way of invading Taiwan successfully. It can blockade it, and that's basically about it.
So, oof. Wow. A lot of bad news, folks. A lot of bad news, a lot of scary news. Let's continue. Breaking. Belgium immigration official says, quote, Russians are not welcome here, calls EU states to stop issuing visas. On this I disagree with.
I agree, that's a bad idea. The people fleeing Russia are not necessarily spies. Russia's more focused on the states it wants to take over. People fleeing Russia, you want to give them a place to go, okay? The brain drain from Russia is honestly a good thing. It basically makes it very hard for their economy to actually function and grow, and puts a halt to their war machine. It slows down their war machine.
It's not the fault of your average Russian citizen that Vladimir Putin is doing this. Some of them are hardcore nationalists and support what he's doing, but I just showed you the numbers. Only 50% said they wanted some sort of military action. 50% is really high, but that also means half the country might nominally be against this.
it's also an artificial 50% because of the propaganda and because they're terrified of saying it's bad what the government does.
So we'll see what happens with the numbers as time goes on, and I'll give you guys those updates. But to ban all Russians because of what Putin is doing and the Russian government is doing, I think that goes too far. Next. Breaking. Apartment complex near Ukraine's Kharkiv hit by airstrike, causing an unknown number of casualties. So again, this gets to the point of the argument, oh, we're just attacking military areas. That is nothing but propaganda. It's the same kind of shit that the U.S. does when we...
Both sidesism. I would argue Russia does a hell of a lot more of it than the U.S. does. But again, it's a moot point. You shouldn't be attacking civilians.
Ongoing, unfolding situation. So here we go. Clint Ehrlich says, first evidence of the conflict reaching Russian territory, a home destroyed by Ukrainian artillery fire. So Ukrainian troops are responding. There's also a response where I guess some of the fire is going over the Russian border. Again, all this stuff is tragic and devastating. Ukraine has a right to defend themselves, but in the same way that Russia should never attack any civilians, Ukraine should never attack any Russian civilians either.
And I would honestly argue that it makes very little sense for Ukraine to actually target any Russian civilians in any way, shape, or form. As they've probably been warned several times by the West, don't touch Russian sovereign territory. Because at this point, the West is fucking terrified of Russia because, like most people, they bought into the Russian propaganda of the second most powerful country in the world in terms of military force. But, yeah, I think the destruction of civilian targets by Russia is deliberate.
So, unraveling, guys, the great unraveling right in front of our noses. All right, and then I think we'll end on this one. Do I have more for you? I think this is the end that I have for you here. And by the way, all this stuff could be outdated by the time this fucking video goes up, because this is a situation that more coverage like this, even during the Iraq invasion. So much laughter, such big smiles. As someone who has tried hard to present the Russian perspective to Americans, I'm grossed out. Now, look, keep everything in perspective. It is true. Remember Brian Williams talking about...
Yeah, the beauty of missiles and blah, blah, blah. Yes, America does similar shit, but Russia takes it to a whole nother level. If you actually watch Russian propaganda on the war from beginning to end, you will have brain worms. It is absolutely ludicrous. Everything from super soldiers and Russia fighting all of NATO to the casualty losses being all of Ukraine's forces. It's hilarious. Let's see.
Are abysmal, and they are clearly warmongers, and they are imperialists. Now, I just told you the numbers on the Russian population. It's about 50%.
Yeah.
This does say quite a bit about Russian media. And understand, this is the mindset, without a doubt, among Vladimir Putin as well. And again, it is not just about NATO expansion. I never would have expanded NATO in the first place.
Again, you're conceding up front. I wouldn't have expanded NATO, even though it wouldn't have actually prevented anything.
And I would have...
It's just... all those countries that want to be protected from Russia, yeah, just fuck them, right?
Said Ukraine is not going to join NATO, and your move now, Vlad. But
and he would have done the same goddamn thing because you just said it's not about NATO.
The fact of the matter is, I still think this would have happened because clearly, by his own words, you can tell Vladimir Putin has imperial ambitions.
Okay, then why would you concede up front? Why? Vladimir Putin has imperial ambitions. Let's remove all the protections on all the border states.
And he wants to reconstitute some semblance of the former Russian Empire. He said the downfall of the Soviet Union was like the worst catastrophe.
Yes, I think we've gone over
every
this.
sanction imaginable against Russia. Russia is not just going to take that sitting down and do nothing in response. And so this is the tit-for-tat escalation that everybody warned about. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do something in response to this. Of course you should. But if you go full SWIFT banking sanctions, Russia says that's an act of war, Russia launches cyber attacks or some shit against the U.S., Lord only knows what the U.S. does in response after we get some sort of cyber attack here. Look, I can only read the tea leaves and guess here and speculate. I don't know what's going to happen.
The SWIFT banking was done and Russia did fuck all. Because you overestimate Russia's capabilities and are way too afraid to take any action that isn't purely symbolic.
But it ain't going to be good, that's for damn sure. Because something needs to be done as a matter of principle and...
but nothing that can affect anything.
Matter of common sense to deter further Russian aggression.
But by your own admission, you don't want it to be anything that can't be circumvented. Because it's not, even with all the sanctions right now, it's not deterring Russian aggression. Even with everything going on right now against Russia, it did not deter their aggression. And every red line that they put out was crossed, and they haven't attacked NATO. It's almost like you're... It's almost like you don't want to do anything, which I think is accurate.
But again, you need to do that without crossing the line into some other retaliatory attack from Russia. Honestly, I think they're going to go full SWIFT banking sanctions. Cross your fingers, buckle up. It's going to get rough. We truly are on the brink. What I would say is this. Everybody should almost hope at this point that Russia has some sort of a secret deal with China, where even if we get the full SWIFT banking sanctions against Russia, that China shores up the Russian economy. Because if they don't have that deal in place and we cut off Russia from the global banking system, oh God, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be further escalation, further retaliation, more responses, more tit for tat. And that doomsday clock is getting so close to midnight, man. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit.
Oh, it's been over a year, Kyle. The sanctions were done, and it didn't deter any Russian aggression, but it did help slow down their war machine, which was the intended effect. And their economy's on the rocks, but they haven't launched any attacks against NATO. Almost like NATO is the deterrent. And your idea of doing only symbolic gestures against Russia is impotent at best. I think that's basically all he really says there. He's just been rambling on and on about, let's hope there's no tit for tat. Let's hope there's no tit for tat. What's the next one? Alright, next on the chopping block. Yeah, I think this is just about the hypocrisy. This is just him wetting his pants again. This is just pointing out polls that he feels contradicts each other. Wetting his pants again. Let's see. Oh yes, here we go. This other one I wanted to talk about. This is him wetting his pants again about nuclear war, but based on commentary, which I think he gets a little wrong. Some of it's right, but
the media has been
let's take a look.
absolutely...
Let's take a look.
The media has been absolutely horrendous
Do-do-do.
in reporting.
Okay. Here we
Senior
go.
administration officials in previous administrations, and I was struck by how many of them understood that the United States should not introduce troops to NATO, should not have a no-fly zone because of what that would provoke.
Which, sensible, having a no-fly zone means shooting down Russian planes, which would actually bolster Putin's political ability to galvanize his population. Same with boots on the ground, NATO boots on the ground in Ukraine, which could give him more political stability. But aside from that, I think providing the means for Ukraine to defend itself shouldn't be impinged by Putin's threats.
But I did hear quiet criticism, something that they said they would not say publicly, but quiet criticism that the United States should not recoil every time Vladimir Putin or his foreign minister wave the bloody flag of basically nuclear brinkmanship.
Which is good. That is a good point. Now Kyle disagrees and said, "Oh, it's just stupid," but it's not really, because again, the nukes are not going to be used. Like, I'll get to it when Kyle talks about it.
When we are silent, when we back down, when we capitulate to that, they suggest that we actually make it more likely that Putin sees us as weak, and that he's more likely to use nuclear weapons.
Which is true, and I'll explain that when we get to Kyle's criticism, because Kyle thinks it's the dumbest thing he's ever heard, but I don't think he thought about it fully. So let's continue here.
And there's
I just want to get through the major points here.
suggestion is to call his bluff,
Yeah.
and speak about the consequences of nuclear weapons and the consequences for the Russian people, and to not just again be seen to be capitulating.
Which, again, good points. Come out and say, don't you fucking dare do that. These are the consequences for doing that. And making it more apparent that the consequences for using nuclear weapons will have social, political, and economic consequences for Russia. Standing up and saying that is absolutely going to be the case if Russia uses nuclear weapons, then it's less likely that Russia uses nuclear weapons, even though nuclear weapons are less likely to be used.
I'm curious what you think, because again, we're not dealing with a Soviet Politburo, which in its own way is conservative with a small c. We're dealing with a single man that has more power than any Russian leader since Stalin.
Which I think is accurate, considering how Putin has isolated himself politically and socially to the extent where he seems fairly paranoid. But in being paranoid, it can be an advantage, because he's not just paranoid about, oh, the West is going to attack. He's paranoid about keeping his seat in power.
And he seems, like Stalin, to be unbalanced. Just look at this.
I wouldn't say Putin's unbalanced. I'd say he's paranoid, but I wouldn't call him necessarily unbalanced. I think that's more just rhetoric to suggest that Putin's acting irrationally and stupidly, which to some extent is the case, but he's not nuking anyone.
Convoy here. This is not the...
Not only that, just before he finishes that point, not only that, but the people around him aren't going to allow them to use nukes. And even if they did, they'd still have to call other people, and those other people would still have to say, yeah, I want to use nukes. No, they'd probably not want to use nukes either. Not to mention, none of the people turning the key or pushing the button want to use nukes either. None of them do. Not to mention that half their nukes probably don't even have plutonium in them. But because of the corruption in Russia. But I digress a little bit, since there is technically the threat of nukes from Russia, but I would argue that Russia using nukes would be in a more tactical sense rather than trying to bomb entire cities. He'd probably look at like nuking the entire Dnipro River in order to deny any concentration of supplies coming from west to east. But that would be really the only sound strategy to use nukes.
Vaunted Russian military that I learned about. Look at the spacing between these vehicles. They are literally telling all the world, we're not worried about NATO because we know you won't use your air power. We know that you won't hit a major logistical hub like this.
And that is a terrible, moronic point. It's not encouraging NATO to bomb them. It's just stating that NATO could, in theory, do that because the Russians are so logistically challenged in this area. And him saying that it's not the vaunted Russian military that he heard about, me neither. Like, before the war, I thought Russia's military was largely more competent, but it turns out corruption is a superpower in and of itself. An internally destructive one.
And it also tells us that even despite all this combat power, they haven't solved the big three classes of supply: food, fuel, and ammunition. They really haven't been able to do this. They're not trained. They're not built like the U.S. military.
Also, like, they only supplied for like a week worth of provisions. There were tanks that ran out of gas on the way to Kyiv and were abandoned and then hauled away by Ukrainian farmers, because the logistical system from Russia is absolutely horrendous. It's just sad.
They struggle on this, and so I think just this convoy, this photo, is indicative that he thinks he can use those three things: nuclear, cyber, and disinformation to really put the West on its heels.
That is more or less the case. That analysis basically is, oh, my military is actually shitting the bed quite hard right now, but you know, people like Kyle Kalinske are going to wet their pants every time I raise the specter of nuclear war and convince him that and the West that I'll use nukes this time. No, I'll use nukes against you. And no, he won't. Like, no, he will not.
So we are somewhat off balance, and we won't go that extra step. So I think it's time to call his bluff, but I also think it's time to create a parallel negotiation strategy to work both with the people inside Russia and with the oligarchs.
Okay. Now, calling his bluff in that instance could mean a couple of things. If it means bombing the shit out of the convoy and then going to the negotiation table, that's it's a classic mob form of negotiation, but it does work. Oh, you just lost like a whole shit ton of your forces and equipment. I think you're in a position to negotiate now. I think you're in a position to get the fuck out of Ukraine. Now, I wouldn't agree that that would be a good idea, because if Putin doubled down, he would just go back to his people and say, yeah, we're fighting all of NATO now. Get to the factories. Everybody get into the military. And I think a lot of Western countries, or a lot of the Eastern countries who joined NATO specifically because they didn't want a war with Russia, would not be happy about that. So it's it's not a good idea. But in terms of that form of negotiation, in theory, it could work. Because Putin might have, in that circumstances, actually backed down. Probably wouldn't, considering how far he's gone right now. But he might have backed down. So let's look at Kyle's commentary here.
That is a massive contradiction. You can't, quote unquote, call his bluff, but then also do diplomacy.
Yes, you can. You can say, you're threatening nukes, you're threatening all this other stuff. We know you don't really have the capabilities for that, and you are not going to use nukes. And we have nukes too. So we know you're not going to use nukes. You know we're not going to use nukes. But our conventional weapons are so much better than yours that really you pushing away from the table is probably the best for you. It's a negotiating strategy that can work.
That's not the way it works. If you're calling his bluff and bombing the convoy, that is an act of war,
yes,
an act of aggression that raises the stakes, raises the tensions, provokes a response. You can't on the one hand do that and then turn around and say, yeah, I'm open to talk to you and we'll see what kind of a thing we could work out.
Yes, you can do that.
No, the whole point of the talking is so that it doesn't come to bombing and direct military conflict between these two nuclear armed powers. So that made absolutely no sense. Now, look at the rest of the arguments that were made there. So at one point, both Morning Joe and this guy say, oh, we should call his bluff. But then Morning Joe also says, Joe Scarborough says, he's genuinely unbalanced.
I think that's more rhetoric, just to impinge the other leader. So it's a comment that I think Kyle is giving way too much weight.
Wait. That's a contradiction too. You can't say, man, this guy's unbalanced and erratic and Lord only knows what he's going to do. And also we should call his bluff. No, if it's a bluff, that presupposes he still has his faculties.
Which he does.
That presupposes
to a certain
he's
extent.
Still acting rationally. That presupposes he is balanced, not unbalanced. So how did you not spot the contradiction? And Joe Scarborough said it like back to back. He was like, people are saying maybe we should call his bluff, but also, hey, he's kind of like Stalin. He's pretty unbalanced. He's not a rational actor. Well, if he's not a rational actor, then it's not a bluff.
Again, don't give that comment too much fucking weight.
It's unbelievable that these people are on TV talking about complex geopolitics and they discuss it as flippantly as they do. The dumbest part, by far, is, hey, I've heard a lot of quiet criticism in D.C. that the United States should not recoil at the nuclear brinksmanship that's happening.
Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to do. You don't want to recoil and say, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just please, don't threaten to use nukes again.
And then Scarborough says, they say we make it more likely that Putin sees us as weak and uses nuclear weapons against us.
He didn't say against us. He said uses nuclear weapons. Okay? He wouldn't use them against NATO because he knows that would be the response. But if, you subtract all the countries that you want from NATO, kicking all those countries bordering Russia out, and then Russia, sees that and says, wow, this is super fucking easy to scare the shit out of NATO. They just kicked all those people out of NATO because we asked for it. and they're wetting their pants. Well, I guess we can just do whatever the fuck we want. Yeah, Kyiv is giving us a little bit of trouble. Let's just nuke Kyiv and a couple other places. Nuke Warsaw, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, just nuke the capitals of those countries and say they're under our influence now because they're not under NATO anymore. Maybe we send, some conscripts in there and rattle our sabers a little bit more. And now we have even more countries under our influence. If you wet your pants and say, well, you get to do whatever the fuck you want. Yes, especially an authoritarian expansionist dictatorship like Russia is going to fucking take advantage of that. Oh my god. Just sad.
If we back down. So this is the quiet criticism on Capitol Hill. There's a reason why nobody's saying that publicly. Because it's literally the dumbest thing anybody's ever said in human history.
No, it's not.
So if we make clear, hey, there's no boots on the ground, and if we make clear we are not going to get into a military confrontation with Russia, if we make that clear, we're actually more at risk of a nuclear strike.
Yeah, because they will look at you wetting your pants over the very concept of any sort of conflict, and they'll be like, bet. We're not going to stop at Ukraine. We're going to go into Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Maybe we'll go into Finland too. If you're not going to do anything, we'll take it.
If he doesn't feel in any way, shape, or form threatened by the West.
Okay, he doesn't feel threatened by the West. You understand this, right? The idea that Russia's only doing this because they're scared of the West is laughable. Okay? He's doing it because he's an expansionist authoritarian dictator who's using the idea of fear of the West as justification for X, Y, and Z. Okay? A lot of dictators fucking do that. Be scared of those people over there. They're not actually scared. They're just using it as an excuse to get whatever the fuck they want. And you're a person who's apparently, yes, give them whatever the fuck they want.
Then he would never launch the nukes. In order for him to launch the nukes, he would have to feel like, I'm totally in a corner and there's no off-ramp, there's no way out.
He wouldn't use the nukes even in that scenario. He would threaten to use the nukes, and that threat would be seen as credible, and therefore negotiations would follow. But if you wet your pants at the nuclear brinkmanship, they're going to do the same thing. It's not credible in any way, shape, or form, but he's still going to do it, but you consider it credible because you're a worthless piece of shit. Okay? You're someone who is cowering in the corner every time he says, I'll do it this time. And, Kyle's the guy running out the door being like, he's gonna do it this time. The sky is falling.
But they flip it. They act like, well, actually, if we were to be aggressive and we were to bomb the convoy and we were to go after him, that would make it less likely that he uses nukes. So if we do a direct act of war against Russia, that somehow makes nuclear war less likely.
It's a tactic that I don't think would have worked because it could have been used as propaganda, but it would not have led to nuclear war. Okay?
No. What makes nuclear war less likely is to say, in no uncertain terms, military conflict is off the table. We can't risk it. Both of us have more nuclear weapons than we know what to deal with. We know how this spirals out of control and where it leads to. So sorry, we can't do it. We just can't do it. Can't do it. Sorry, Ukraine. There's not going to be a no-fly zone. Sorry, there's going to be no U.S. boots on the ground. Sorry, you're not getting into NATO. All of these things, I feel bad for the people of Ukraine, but all of these things are...
No, you don't. You fucking don't. You might say that, oh, I feel bad, but you're someone who wouldn't actually do anything.
Are absolutely necessary to make sure you don't go anywhere near a conversation about nuclear war. But a bunch of idiots are literally claiming the opposite. Like, actually, no, the more aggressive you are, the less likely he is to use nuclear weapons. I mean...
That is true.
It's just... It's a joke. It's a joke. And then you got the other guy basically prodding the U.S. and NATO like, hey, the convoy's just sitting there. I mean, this is the Sean Hannity point that we talked about. Why don't we just do World War III and then pretend like we didn't do it? This guy's like, well, look, the convoy's just sitting there. They're taunting the West and saying, you're not strong enough to do it.
They're not taunting the West. That analysis is terrible, as explained before. They're just logistically challenged. The Russians are very logistically challenged. That's why HIMARS was such a game changer. And of course, Kyle wouldn't have sent any of that shit to Ukraine. You know, Ukraine would have been fighting with peanuts and would have lost to Russia by now. And, you know, Russia would have a shit ton of in-laws because, you know, Kyle was okay with sending a little bit to Ukraine, and all of that equipment that Kyle would have sent, you know, would have been for naught because he wouldn't have continued to send anything. He would have been like, here's what you have, stop, full stop, and, oh, you lost? Oh, now Russia has that shit. Okay. Well, you're welcome, Russia.
No, I think it would really be, you're not stupid enough to do it, because then you are risking World War III. We can't do an act of war, entering us into World War III, and then get mad and get shocked at some sort of retaliation. And by the way, we would do exactly that. If we launch some sort of attack where we get involved militarily, and then there's a response, which there would be like, oh my God, I can't believe you responded. It's unbelievable. So this is MSNBC saying call his bluff on nuclear war.
Yes, on nuclear war. Because nuclear brinksmanship is something you shouldn't piss your pants over. Because an authoritarian dictator will use it to his fucking advantage, especially if he has expansionist goals. Anyway, I think that's it for now on this one. Next one, Ilhan Omar on arms going into Ukraine.
Ilhan Omar said something on Twitter that I'm sure is getting a lot of negative attention, but let's think through what she's arguing here. So let's take a look. She says the consequences of flooding Ukraine with billions of dollars in weapons, likely not limited to just military-specific equipment, but also including small arms plus ammo, are unpredictable and likely disastrous.
And have they been disastrous up to this point? No. No, they haven't. They've actually been very, very, very helpful. Very helpful. The counteroffensive that Ukraine went on to liberate Kherson and Zaporizhia, or not Zaporizhia, it's Kherson and what was the other oblast? Let's go to the maps. Kharkiv, yeah. So the Kherson and Kharkiv offensive were very successful thanks to U.S. Supplying them with aid, okay? These things were very fucking necessary. And it means that what you've invested in Ukraine is actually being put to use and would likely lead to their success. You know, would likely lead to victory sooner rather than later. This is why the U.S. hesitating to send ATACMS missiles to Ukraine is stupid. The fact that the U.S. hasn't been training Ukrainian pilots for F-16s or for Typhoons it is also foolish. If you send more faster to Ukraine, the more likely it is that Ukraine uses those things in order to push Russia out of its territory and therefore end the war sooner, because the West is also helping support the Ukrainian budget, which also would save money in the long run if the West, actually wanted to end the war sooner. And I think it'd be better to do that.
Especially when they're given to paramilitary groups without accountability.
Again, what I mentioned before is if you start saying you guys get weapons, you guys don't get weapons, that becomes a problem, okay? When dealing with trying to keep together a united force that is trying to repel an aggressive invasion. You sort out everything else afterwards, okay? If you feel you're losing control over it, then absolutely you start reining things in. But if you're not in danger of that, then it's not a problem until the main threat is fucking dealt with.
So she continues here and says, somebody said to her, easy to criticize and question, hard to lead. What policies are you recommending? Are you saying we should not provide weapons and financial support for Ukraine? And she responds, I support giving Ukraine the resources it needs to defend its people. I just have legitimate concerns about the size and scope.
You see, there's a problem with that assessment, okay? What is necessary to defend its people? Because if you're just slowly trickling in, just a little bit at a time, then you're not actually giving Ukraine everything it needs to actually solve the problem sooner rather than later. You're just extending the war.
By the way, criticizing and questioning is my job as a leader and a member of Congress. It's the hardest part of my job. Trust me, it's easy to just follow.
So again, it should be focused more on training Ukrainians on how to use NATO weapons and how to use NATO tactics that would actually help them solve the war sooner at this point. This is March 9th. So over a year ago.
And that is 1,000,000% accurate because, like I said, she's the only person saying this. Nobody else is saying this. Now, I'll get to the specifics on it in a second, but I also want to give you a little more here because we learned this last night. At least one Democrat says she plans to vote no on the House's Russian oil ban bill tonight. Huh.
Yeah, because Russia, at this point, is a fuel station masquerading as a country. Okay, Russia, I think it's around 50% of its budget comes from oil and natural gas revenue. So, hitting those things would, yes, impact Russian civilians, but it would also limit the ability for the war machine to function.
She cites the impact that sanctions and economic isolation will have on the Russian population.
Which is unfortunate, but necessary.
Interesting. And I like somebody responded to this with a great point. They said, remember when Barbara Lee voted alone against the Afghanistan war? Sometimes these lone decisions turn out to be wiser than the other 500 members of Congress, especially when it comes to war and peace.
Okay, but that hasn't been the case. There's a little difference between the Afghanistan war and supplying arms and isolating the Russian government and the oligarchs. Because isolating the Russian government and the oligarchs and limiting their funds to effectively bribe and keep the oil and machinery of their war machine moving is absolutely fucking necessary.
So let's dive into this a little bit. Now, I thought Biden was going to try to do the banning Russian oil thing unilaterally. It turns out, no, they're going through Congress, but he has the votes. That appears pretty obvious. It's probably going to get through the Senate, too. Almost certainly going to get through the Senate. But Ilhan Omar's like, I don't think this is a good idea. The reason why I think that makes perfect sense is what I've been worrying about with these sanctions for so long now, which is you can't overreach. You can't do collective punishment. You can't do it. Because, again, then you're hurting innocent people. Then you are...
Okay, Russia is hurting innocent people right the fuck now. Trying to remove the social structure. Trying to remove the power of the social structure requires hurting the entire social structure. Okay? These are things that are necessary to help stop the war machine in Russia from replenishing its losses, from putting high-tech equipment into its tanks, and keeping its fighter aircraft constantly supplied, keeping the production of their missiles and artillery shells up. Yeah, all these things are necessary for the function of war. And no, it's not the fault of the random factory worker that is creating the shells that are used to kill people in Ukraine, but because that person is doing a job that they need to feed their family, but not making it possible for that person to do that job because of financial constraint, and that person may be losing their job and losing their ability to feed their family, also means the production is slowed so that the artillery shell isn't fired and more Ukrainians don't die. You know, there's there's a necessary evil here, okay, in terms of ensuring that Russia cannot consistently produce weapons that will kill Ukrainians. And that is very important. We're actually coming to a head now. Russia's budget is massively depleted. And its ability to actually replenish its losses in Ukraine is massively depleted. And it's, not being able to outfit their soldiers with the tools on the front lines is a problem affecting affecting the ability for those soldiers to go and kill Ukrainians. Okay, all of these things work together as a cohesive structure that is not technically anyone at the bottom's fault in the structure because they don't make the decisions, but they are the ones who feel the pain most because that's how the hierarchical social structures work. Okay? It's going to happen. It needs to happen. It's unfortunate, but it needs to happen.
Are now doing something that is bad and wrong. Now, you know what else is bad and wrong? Illegally invading a country. Putin doing his own imperialism.
But you don't want to do anything about it other than tepid virtue signaling and supplying Ukraine with some conditional arms that can only be sent to certain parts of its armed forces because of political alignment, which might actually just create more factionalism in the Ukrainian army. That's your help for Ukraine. Fuck off.
Trying to take over a sovereign country and jack the natural gas there, that's wrong too.
Yes, it is. And, what can be done to stop it?
but that doesn't mean we can overreach and hurt Babushka, who can't even go to the bank now and get her money out and has, maybe will have no way of paying for a meal in a week and a half.
Okay, that is bad. That is problematic. But it also means that the higher-ups in Russia can't enjoy the pleasures that they once did. And those people might feel the social, political, and economic pressure to actually change their decision making. Okay? It's necessary.
So, I mean, look, what I'm saying shouldn't be controversial, but it is controversial because there's like this hysteria and this mania in the country now where everything you possibly can throw at them, you throw at them short of boots on the ground in war. Now, I'm happy people don't want boots on the ground in war, but there is such a thing as an economic sanction that is sort of like an act of war.
Name up until this point, in the way that everything's played out to April 2023, that all of these things were acts of war. Oh, wait, no, they weren't, Kyle. Who's wrong here?
I mean, if you can't feed your family, if everybody loses their job, if the economy totally implodes and they enter a Great Depression and they contract 15%, 20%, 30%, well, you're not providing an off-ramp to eventually get to a point where we can solve this thing.
What's your solution? We already covered that.
You're just being punitive. And sure, there's a place in the conversation for punishment, of course, but that can't be the whole conversation because then we're not trying to de-escalate.
There's already a fucking war. Who was doing the escalate? Who's been doing the escalation this whole time? You say the West is the only one been doing the escalation and doing nothing to counter Russia is the only viable option because it might raise tension.
We're not trying to fix anything. We're just trying to feel good and get revenge and retaliation and retribution.
The only people that were doing that were people who were destroying Russian products and countries who were refusing Russian people's entry into their country because, they're worried about Russian spies or whatever. Helping those people should have been something that was a priority, okay? But embargoes and price caps and sanctions are very important.
And again, I think history shows us if that's your only concern, you can make it a lot worse. And there also seems to be no understanding of blowback.
Yeah, look at all the blowback Russia's given the West. Look at all of it. All of the blowback. Hey, when was this again? March 9, 2022.
And a backlash effect. Because I guarantee you it's happening. Guys, there was something that happened just yesterday. There were a number of very prominent, websites online that it looks like there was a massive cyber attack against them. Some of them went down for a really long time. Maybe that's linked to the fact that we've declared economic war on Russia, and now certain things are coming back to us. And, you almost hope that is that as bad as it's going to get?
Yeah, it's as bad as it got.
But that's honestly kind of naive. It could get a hell of a lot worse. Never mind the fact Homeboy's on the decline, he's erratic, and he's got nukes.
He doesn't have nukes. His social structure has nukes. He's theoretically in charge of them, but again, no one's going to launch. Okay? Stop pissing your pants.
So nobody's being rational about this. Nobody's being logical about this, except Ilhan Omar.
Wrong. A lot of people have been rational about this because they understand the weakness of Russia. And that Russia launching the nuclear, or rattling the nuclear saber, so early into the conflict was a sign of weakness. Okay? You don't see it as a sign of weakness. You see it. Everybody, get to the bomb shelters. Make sure Ukraine gets nothing. Fuck off.
So to the point on she's not going to vote for it, I think history's going to show that she's right on this.
Nope. You were wrong, Kyle.
They already sanctioned so many different aspects of the economy, and the last thing standing was the oil and gas. And the reason why that wasn't sanctioned yet is because there were no contingency plans, and Europe is so reliant on Russian oil and gas. We only take 8% of our oil and gas from Russia. The EU, I mean, Germany in particular, takes like 50 or 60% of their natural gas comes from there.
Which, as I pointed out, is a fucking problem. Okay? It's something that is not good to tie yourself economically to an expansionist authoritarian dictatorship. But, again, NATO and the NATO countries were able to actually wean themselves off of Russian oil and natural gas, as well as, getting replacements up and running. It was done very well in Europe. It also helped that Europe had one of the warmest winters in recent history, but it's something that the West withstood, and you're pissing your pants over it.
So we couldn't do it, but now they're trying to make the contingency plans and sanction them in the process and get rid of that too. And so it's gone too far. This is going to hurt way too many ordinary people.
There's a lot of ordinary people being hurt right now, Kyle. Unfortunately, there are people within the aggressive social structure that are providing the tools necessary to continue that aggressive social structure to attack Ukraine. Okay? You understand that.
And it also, and I don't know how much Ilhan Omar brings this up, but it also is terrifying because it's escalatory and there is no off-ramp, and you're sending a sign to Russia that we don't even want an off-ramp. Because now you're making it so that now even if Putin does the right thing, even if he does pull out, right, there's no face-saving thing for him, and also we might not even lift the sanctions after he does it. So now what incentive is there to do that?
Kyle, Russia was the one who cut off the oil and gas in the fall. It's be afraid. Putin needs an off-ramp. He needs a face-saving way to get out of it. He needs success. We need to give Russia a victory. We need to hand him something that he can go back home and say, this entire thing was absolutely worth it. And totally, he won't do it again if he gets a fucking victory out of it, considering that you've already stated he wants to reconstitute the fucking Warsaw Pact. But no, he needs a victory.
Doesn't sound good. Now, let's get to the point on the weapons, because that, I'm sure people are going after her for that even more. Guys, what she's saying is obvious, because we know it's true. The Azov Battalion is a group where they say 10 to 20% of the people in the Azov Battalion are Nazis. That's what they admit to. I think the number's higher. Call me crazy. It's hard. Just a wee bit of Nazis,
But they're not a substantial threat to the Ukrainian army as a whole, let alone the Ukrainian government. Which is why it shouldn't be very much of a concern. And saying some people get weapons and other people don't is a huge fucking problem in the army. If you did that.
They are part of the Ukrainian National Guard. And they're some of the more battle-hardened fighters because they were in the civil war in the eastern portion of Ukraine, in the Donbass region. So they're officially part of the government. And they are the better fighters in the Ukrainian military. For Ilhan Omar to be like, look, this stuff could be going to paramilitary groups. We don't know who they are. This could be devastating. She sounds to me exactly like somebody who would have warned in the 1980s, hey, I know we're trying to fight the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union is waging a war in Afghanistan, and I know we want to fund rebel groups on the ground, but hey, maybe, just maybe, we should be a little careful with who we're sending the weapons to, because there's this little group called the Mujahideen on the ground, which maybe this can have a backlash effect if we give them the weapons. They're not a group that should have weapons. They're kind of extremists.
Okay, the Mujahideen were not a little group at that point. They were one of the main groups. Okay, not only that, the tribes in Afghanistan were a lot more fractured than the government of Ukraine is, which means it was easier for the Mujahideen to take control of Afghanistan rather than, the Azov battalion trying to take control in Ukraine. There's massive fucking differences there, okay? Massive differences. But again, I think subtlety is not your strong suit, let alone context.
So she would have been right then, and she's right now.
Nope.
She's right now. Because, people don't think of the consequences of this stuff. If you flood them with an endless amount of weapons, and you're not careful with it, there is no, there are no specific rules. There are no strings attached. You just let them give it to whoever gets it in the region, right? Well, maybe the battle-hardened fighters are going to stockpile more of those weapons. And then
a lot of those weapons are technical and need training. You can choose who to give training for those weapons to and then make battalions out of those groups and not specifically use the Azov battalion. Again, those would have been fine strings to attach. But again, the weapons sent to Ukraine at this point were trickles. Very, very small portions. Now they're getting more substantial, which is good.
Then maybe, Zelensky at some point also wants an off-ramp, and so he starts negotiating with Putin, and maybe, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe he says, okay, the two eastern portions, if in order to make peace, we need to say they're independent states now. Not part of Russia, not part of Ukraine, they're independent states. Okay, we'll sign that agreement. Well, then the neo-Nazi far-right factions in the country can turn on Zelensky, call him a Russian puppet, and then if they got all these weapons, they can do a coup. They can do a coup of Zelensky, and then all of a sudden you have like a literal neo-Nazi paramilitary running Ukraine.
I think you overestimate the credibility of being able to pull off a coup. A single battalion being able to do that. You might get more of a public backlash. You might even get some of these people back in Parliament. But staging a coup takes a hell of a lot more work. And I don't think the West would handle that well. But again, I don't think that Zelensky should negotiate with Putin because he's broken the last two fucking agreements. Okay? He's already demonstrated, Putin has already demonstrated, paper doesn't mean fuck all. Okay? He'll do it again and again and again until he gets what he wants.
Like, I know that everything I'm saying now sounds far-fetched, and I have no idea if that's going to happen, but if you indiscriminately give weapons to Ukraine and you don't have rules attached to it, like this cannot go to the Azov battalion, well, maybe they'll get it, and maybe they'll do really bad things with it. I don't know if you know this, but neo-Nazis, turns out, are not great people. So, I think she's right. And that's all she's saying, because she was clear. I'm in favor of giving them defensive weapons. I get it. I'm in favor of giving them defensive weapons, but you should have rules attached to it. This can't go to the Azov battalion. we're only giving certain kinds of weapons. Like, this reminds me of the
we're only giving certain kinds of weapons. We're not going to actually help you defend your territory. Well, take back your territory, just not any more territory goes. Which, again, I think you really should evaluate what Russia should be allowed to take from this, which is nothing. Russia should be able to take absolutely fucking zero land from this.
Sanity now about giving them fighter jets. Because, okay, to give Ukraine fighter jets, there is no place in Ukraine where they can take off from to attack the Russian convoy or whoever.
Here, the thing with training, with giving fighter jets, there needs to be pilots trained on them. And training takes months. Okay? It can take half a year to a year to train already skilled pilots on how to use Western technology in terms of aviation. So if it had started back in March, the training did, then it would be around now where we'd have competent Ukrainian pilots piloting F-16s, which probably would make for good air cover for their spring offensive. Oh my God.
So where are they going to take off from? Well, people are talking now about Poland. So you're going to have jets that were originally from Poland that are given to Ukraine. So now we're just pretending they're Ukrainian jets, even though they're Polish fighter jets. And then they take off from Poland and attack Russian troops. Well, Russia could obviously look at that and say, that's NATO attacking us. So that's World War III right there.
Yeah, I know. Using Polish air bases to launch Polish planes is a dumb idea. Okay? Yes, that would be a propaganda victory for Russia. But, again, training takes time. Logistics takes time to set up. And there are air bases in Ukraine now that can be used for those planes.
So people need to think about this stuff more carefully, man. You need to think about this stuff more carefully. There's this mania and there's this hysteria where people have gone so far. Now we're talking about banning Russian cats from cat shows.
Which is stupid.
Where, you have over 10 states banning Russian vodka.
Which is also stupid.
Russian liquor from the liquor store. There are various Russian celebrities who've been, fired from projects.
Also stupid.
Even though they're anti-war, that's not enough. Apparently they need to be more anti-war somehow or directly call out Putin or something. I don't know, but they're being fired. There's this mania in the country. And
that mania is stupid. I understand that.
All Ilhan Omar is saying is, look, I'm in favor of giving you guys defensive weapons, but let's be intelligent about this. Can't go to the Azov battalion, can't go to neo-Nazi paramilitaries. That's not too much to ask. What the hell are we doing here? What are we talking about? She's 100% right about it. History will prove her right. She's standing up now.
No, history has not proven her right.
To a mob, and she's probably being, destroyed for it, but she's right. And she's also right about maybe we don't fully ban Russian oil and natural gas because there's no off-ramp for Putin.
Which is not something you want, okay? Do not give authoritarian dictators fucking wins. It does not work out well because they'll just try again, maybe in a different way, maybe in a more successful way, next time. Fuck off. Anyway, I think that's all for this video. Let's look at the next one. Bye. Alright. To watch next. Is his war in Ukraine being discussed as Fox News? No. Russian church saying Ukraine's about gay parades. Well, it's basically a puppet of the Russian government. Ukraine concedes to major Putin demand. I think that was about NATO. He debate. I don't want to watch that. Ukraine banning 11 political parties. Not good, but maybe to stop infighting. I don't know. I'm not well versed in that particular subject. Discussing China's position on Ukraine. Providing a backdoor for Russia, which, Kyle originally said was a good thing. I disagree, but I'm not going to sit through that either. Why didn't Putin invade under Trump? I won't want to use that. Nuclear submarines to Russia, don't want to sit through that. That's just ridiculous on its face. Handy debating what's her name? No. Another concedes to another major Putin demand. I think that was over the Eastern Territories. Fair. Yeah, I don't even know why that's in there. Plea for war with Russia. Yeah, no. Dire warning on Russia and Ukraine. He's held together by freaking leathery skin. No, I'm not listening to that. Talk about George Bush admitting he's a war criminal. No. Special forces being sent to Ukraine. I think those were done for training purposes, but now the training's being done in other countries, which is probably a better idea. There we go. Kyle talking about how sending weapons to Ukraine is a bad idea.
Well, on the one hand, I can't say I'm surprised, because that would be naive as hell. But on the other hand, at some point, it has to get surprising, right?
Well, the West's response was very tepid at the beginning of the war. Just like, okay, we'll give you just enough. We don't want to provoke Russia too much, which I can sort of see because Putin was using propaganda near the beginning about or midway through, I guess, about how they're fighting the entirety of NATO and just ridiculous shit like that. But giving Putin propaganda victories at the expense of Ukrainian lives is probably something you'd want to lean more heavily in support of Ukraine for rather than not upsetting Russia. Because, that was June 16th. Okay, so it's still it's already a few months into the war. So getting Ukraine as many weapons as possible and training Ukrainians on as many weapon systems as possible, probably the best idea at this point, which obviously wasn't done. But Kyle thinks it was too much.
Biden to send another $1 billion in military aid to Ukraine. President Joe Biden announced another $1 billion in weapons for Ukraine on Wednesday following a call with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. The latest security package, the 12th such installment, 12th.
Oh no.
12th. Includes anti-ship systems, artillery rockets, and rounds for howitzers.
It's almost like a smaller country with less resources being fucking invaded by a larger country with more resources. They might need some help, dude.
President Joe Biden announced another $1 billion in weapons for Ukraine on Wednesday, including anti-ship systems, artillery rockets, and rounds for howitzers. Quote, this morning I spoke with President Zelensky to discuss Russia's brutal and ongoing war against Ukraine. I reaffirmed my commitment that the United States will stand by Ukraine as it defends its democracy and support its sovereignty and territorial integrity in the face of unprovoked Russian aggression, Biden wrote in a statement. Biden also announced an additional $225 million in humanitarian assistance for Ukraine to address needs like safe drinking water, critical medical supplies, food, and cash for families to purchase essential items.
Yes, those very well needed in Ukraine at that point.
White House said Biden spoke to Zelensky for about 40 minutes regarding the capabilities included in the latest package, which is the 12th U.S. military assistance installment for Ukraine since the start of the war.
See, you keep rattling on about how, oh no, it's the 12th, installment of military assistance. The humanitarian assistance would not make any fucking difference if the military assistance wasn't also there. Sending blankets doesn't stop Russian bullets.
Moscow invaded Ukraine on February 24th. The Biden administration has deployed more than 100,000 U.S. troops to NATO member countries and authorized more than $5.6 billion in security assistance.
Yes, the thousands of troops being sent to NATO countries is to reassure those NATO countries that, yes, the U.S. is still going to honor its treaty obligations in NATO. It's assurances to allies that you actually mean what you say. It's necessary.
Look at this. That means $54 billion to Ukraine in less than 4 months.
Not necessarily. Again, well, I think he looks at different numbers, but you can actually inflate and deflate the numbers by assessing military hardware as being more expensive or less expensive. Okay, here's something that I think Kyle needs to understand. Say you have a store and you have a shit ton of product in the back, like thousands of X product, and that's already built, already paid for, already there. It's just been sitting in a warehouse, and you've been paying for the warehouse to store that material for X amount of time, and that material isn't actually being used. Now, your friend across the street really needs X product. Okay, so you go through your inventory of product that's already paid for, already assembled, and be like, okay, we'll give X amount of dollars worth of my product to my friend. Now, considering that money to create those products was already spent and those products already existed, how much money did you lose? The answer is zero. No money came out of your bank account because you're not sending money, you're sending product that has already been paid for, assembled, and is rotting in a fucking warehouse. The shit that is being sent to Ukraine and was sent to Ukraine at that point is stuff that was already in people's storage lockers. Okay? So you can assess, and the reason why a lot of assessments as to how much it cost to, or how much money's worth of product was given to Ukraine, is the disparity in that is how you assess the value of that old shit. Okay, some people can assess the value of building a brand new product X to replace into the warehouse. And that brand new product X would be brand new, not 20 years old, which means that it likely has a higher dollar value. And some people use that higher dollar value as an assessment for what was actually sent, which was a 20-year-old or 25-year-old piece of technology that you had in the warehouse. Do you understand? Do you understand how the discrepancy happens? Okay. So the cost of you can estimate the cost as the cost of replacing it, or as what the vehicle's actually worth when you send it. Of course, there have been refurbishments and upgrades and training and stuff like that. That does put a cost on that, so it's not a zero cost, technically, from the stuff you get from the warehouse. But it's not as high as some estimates are, especially when you're just raiding your old warehouse from shit that, you built and assembled a long ass time ago. So that is something that I think you should think about in that respect, in terms of how much money is being given to Ukraine. It's not, you get too hung up over the estimated dollar value and not over what the reality of the situation actually is. Go touch grass, please.
To be fair, I don't know which number is correct here. This one says 5.6 billion in security assistance. But either way, I think the number that pops to me more than anything else is the 12th round of support. Now,
okay. If Ukraine didn't constantly receive weapons, it would have lost. And all those 11 other times you gave them weapons would have just gone to the Russian stockpiles, because Ukraine would have lost. If you give them only a limited amount and then they lose, what happened to that limited amount, Kyle? It's either destroyed or it's in Russian stockpiles. And Ukraine is now under the Russian boot heel. And as I discussed earlier in the show, they're doing a shit ton of war crimes on top of that, and it's not now they're gonna stop doing that. Okay? There'd definitely be an insurgency, but depending on, the amount of support that the West gives is probably determines what kind of outcome there's gonna be. So actually helping Ukraine win the war as soon as fucking possible is probably the best option. Okay? It saves the most lives and it breaks the back of the Russian imperialist military. Okay? Those things are, in my opinion, very necessary to prevent more shit like this.
Understand something. Early on in the process, I thought, look, I get it. Russia is illegally invading a sovereign country, regardless of what you think of the backstory as to how we got there with NATO and everything surrounding it. You can't just invade the country.
But you said that you should be able to invade the ethnically Russian areas, and that'd be fine. That'd be totally fine. I mean, it'd be bad and wrong, but I wouldn't do anything to stop you, which is basically saying the same fucking thing.
So I have no problem sending them weapons to defend themselves. I'm perfectly fine with that. We've clearly reached the point where it's not just about them defending themselves.
I would beg to differ, because I think this is around the same time or close to the same time that they got HIMARS, I think they got HIMARS a little later. But that was such a game changer that it actually allowed them to take back huge swaths of territory. And it was absolutely necessary to send those weapons. If they had stopped when Kyle wanted them to stop, those weapons would have just gone to Russia.
We've clearly reached the point where this is just a slush fund for the military-industrial complex. And they are getting wealthy off of this fight.
Military companies get money regardless. Would you rather have that military money being spent on tanks that sit in the desert, or defend a sovereign country from an aggressive, authoritarian, xenophobic dictatorship? Yeah, just food for thought there, Kyle.
They're getting wealthy off of this fight. And so
I think the U.S. wants like a permanent stalemate in the region, sort of draw Russia in further, just shower weapons all over Ukraine, and fuck the consequences.
I think at this point we can clearly say that's not true. Biden went to Kyiv, which means if it's a prolonged, protracted war, he looks weak for not giving Ukraine everything that it needs to win the war. And Russia is pulling out, was it T-55s and T-56s from storage right now? Russia can't survive much more of this. So a permanent stalemate is not in the cards. But breaking the back of the imperialist Russian army is in the cards. Yeah, I would hope anyway, at this point.
So I don't think, in the same way, I don't think Vladimir Putin is really a partner in peace. I don't think he's looking for peace. I don't think Joe Biden is looking for peace.
I would disagree. I think that the West just overestimated Russia's capability throughout the first half of the war. I think the first 6 months-ish of the war is when, the West was just like, okay, how much can we give just to, help Ukraine survive, but not piss off Russia too much? Because we're scared of Russian nukes, okay? We're scared of the Russian army still. Russia's actually doing terribly. Holy shit, they suck. Okay, maybe we can actually give Ukraine, tools and other shit that they need. Now, it took forever to fucking get tanks to Ukraine. And it's taking forever to actually start training Ukrainians on a type of fighter that they'd need to provide air cover. Like, these things should have started a long-ass time ago. Or maybe they were and they're just not reporting on it. I hope that's the case. But holy shit. You can't piss your pants every time an authoritarian dictator tries to do something.
Because we should be talking about an off-ramp. We should be talking about a negotiated settlement and diplomacy at this point. We're not. We're just showering more weapons into Ukraine.
Why do you want to negotiate with an authoritarian dictator with an expansionist set of priorities, a large army, and and is committing multiple atrocities and has already broken 2 other peace agreements that were agreed in Minsk, which is in Belarus, which is essentially a fucking Russian puppet. They've broken their own word so many times that going to the negotiating table with Russia is trying to think of a better word for this, but it's just stupid. It is naive at a Kyle Kalinske level, we'll say.
12 rounds of military support? Now, stop and think about this. Why is it that support happens immediately? Like, as soon as we see something happening, boom, okay, cut the checks, we're done here, baby. But we're living in a country where we still have a baby formula shortage.
Okay. I think Kyle does not understand how economies and countries function. Okay? The baby formula storage or shortage is based around FDA approval for formula, who's allowed to produce, how much of it, and how much can they produce at what time. Industry does take a little time to ramp up. You have to hire people, you have to train people, you have to fill out factories. And I think Biden did use the War Production Act, which is supposed to be for fucking war, to help get the baby formula up and out to the necessary people who needed it. So it's Kyle. he did what he could there. This is something entirely different. And I think you're trying to say there's too much money and weapons being spent to defend a sovereign country from an imperialist aggression. That's not important.
And there's not this urgency. We live in a country where 30 million people don't have health insurance.
Yeah, and that's how the U.S. works. There is nothing you can do about it, Kyle. There is nothing you can do about it. Okay? I think there was a study from a while ago where they showed how much of an effect the average American actually had on policy, and it was next to nothing, or nothing. So it's whinging about domestic policy in the States that you can't affect in any way, shape, or form is useless.
And there's not this urgency. 45,000 die every year because they don't have health care, and there's not this urgency.
That's because healthcare system is a $1 trillion industry run by several private corporations that work as a system. To break up that system would piss off too many rich people, and you can't do that.
What is it with the extreme urgency for Ukrainian sovereignty, but we have like 500,000 homeless people wandering around on the streets, and there's no urgency to get a roof over their head and get food in their stomach?
Even if the Ukraine situation wasn't happening, there wasn't any urgency before now. The system that you currently have was chugging along just fine up until 2022, or at least the same as up until 2022. You're not going to change anything. This situation isn't going to change your domestic policy. Okay? The Ukraine situation is not changing your domestic policy.
I mean, they literally say some of the money is going to make sure that these families have food. Well, what about the families in the U.S.? What about...
Again, they're in a war. Hopefully, you're not.
that? So this strikes me as, it's getting a little ridiculous, isn't it? And the other thing is, there's no tracking of these weapons. And one of the caveats I told you guys from the very beginning is that I would only support the arming if we know where the weapons are going and it's not ending up in the hands of the Azov battalion, who are card-carrying neo-Nazis.
Again, I already stated that only giving weapons to some party or forces is problematic.
So, and they're officially part of the Ukrainian National Guard. So, we don't know where the fuck these weapons are going. And my guess is, a lot of the weapons are going to them.
I would guess it's proportional. Because if you start withholding weapons from certain parts of your armed forces, those armed forces aren't going to be happy with your governance. And maybe they try and remove you. Or they try and fight for different positions. Like, this is an issue that plagued the Japanese Imperial Army in the Second World War, where the Army and Navy and Air Force all fucking hated each other. And all fought against each other for supremacy. And it didn't work out well for them. Not at all.
Because they are the trained fighters. They are the most ruthless fighters. And they're probably on the front lines more than anybody else. And so they get a lot of the weapons. And then what happens, for example, if Zelensky ends up cutting a deal with Vladimir Putin? What happens when the Azov battalion turns on Zelensky? And
then don't encourage Zelensky to take a fucking deal from a guy who's broken it every fucking time he can. Russia is not to be trusted. And you're acting like, well, you know, the neutrality, you know, we got to give equal weight to Russia and Ukraine, you know, that it's a territorial dispute. Or fuck off.
And we just flooded the whole region with guns, and then a neo-Nazi faction tries to do a coup of Ukraine with the weapons that we gave them. What about that? I bet they haven't thought about that. They don't care about that.
Yes, they do. having another fascist dictatorship in Europe would be bad for the rest of fucking Europe. Okay? You understand, having Russia as a fascist dictatorship is bad. Having Ukraine as a fascist dictatorship is also fucking bad.
Because again, at this point, this is more about profits for the military-industrial complex.
No, I would argue it's not. Profits definitely matter when you're dealing with private companies, and you want those private companies help to supply weapons. That happens in the military-industrial complex. So, I think we're done here.
They view this as an opportunity.
No shit. If you spent the same amount of money on baby formula, you'd have the same result. Oh, the baby formula companies see this as an opportunity. No fucking shit. Banning Russian books and music, probably a bad idea. Again, might be due to consolidation of power in order to unify the country. But I'd still don't like that. Hypocrisy, not an argument, but it's gonna happen. They're not gonna talk too much shit. U.S. media is not gonna talk too much shit on the U.S. Army. Pink Floyd, don't want to waste time on that. The arming extremists, just talked about that. Just like, I don't know why these are in here. Biden's fascism speech. Yeah. I think this is, it's just about Kyle wetting his pants again because Russia's doing the mobilization. 6 months ago. Yeah, Elon Musk's peace ideas. Just as bad as Kyle's. Speaking of that, Kyle's plan to avoid nuclear war. Oh, this is the one that got me to make this video because, oh my fucking god, is it the most naive and stupid you could imagine.
Welcome everybody to Crystal Kyle and Friends. Today we're going to be talking to Luke Savage, who wrote a phenomenal book on centrism. He's a Jacobin writer, very thoughtful guy, so really looking forward to that. That should be fun. But before we get to that, Crystal, I have some very, very big news.
What's that?
I've done it. It's over, man. Relax. Sit back. Zelensky, it's all good. I figured it out. I figured it out. See, so, okay, in all seriousness, though. Yeah, I did. You sent me an article the other day, and it was a terrifying article. It was like, this is the trajectory that we're on in Russia and Ukraine. And they walk through it. It's very calm. It's a very sober analysis.
War on the Rocks by Jeremy Shapiro. And the headline is quite provocative. It's We're on the path to nuclear war.
Correct.
Which isn't true. Like, when was this? This was October 14th. He pisses himself over nuclear war every 5 seconds. He has the smallest fucking bladder I've ever seen.
And so I read the article, and by the end of it, I was like, that seems plausible. Like, the way he laid it all out, this will happen, this happens, this happens, this happens, and next thing you know, boom, there we are, right?
Yep.
And so that shook me. I mean, I already knew.
You've been shaking in your boots for the past 5 months, or 6 months, 7 months at this point, since the war started. So, since before the war started, you've been shaking your boots saying, let's give them everything they want. Please, just, no war. Oh, you're committing war anyway. Well, we'll give you something, anything, just stop. Oh my fucking god.
subconsciously and instinctually, like, yeah, that's kind of where we're heading. But to have it laid out in a logical sense,
Yes.
whole new ballgame.
Yeah.
So after I read that, I sat there and I'm like, what the fuck can be done? Like, what can be done? And I thought about it long and hard, went through a whole bunch of different, what if we did this, and...
Oh my god. If this is the culmination of your thought process, I think I'm building this up too much, because it's just we'll figure it out.
I settled on what I think is, the least bad of all bad options to get peace in Russia and Ukraine. So the reason I want to do this with you here is because you can poke holes in what I'm saying, say, hey, I don't think that makes sense, or that does make sense, or whatever, and I can get a sense of where I'm at. But I am a massive masochist because everybody's gonna fucking hate me for this.
Well, I do appreciate your honesty here, where you understand that your stupidity is going to be laid bare and everyone's going to hate you for this because you're taking the middle road between people defending their territory against an authoritarian dictatorship and an authoritarian dictatorship with expansionist goals for the rest of fucking Europe. So it's neutrality, Kyle. I know you love neutrality. Way to be very neutral.
Right?
How neutral of you.
People who say, poor Vladimir Putin is just being defended.
I gotta make this joke. It's a beige alert. Oh my god. We got a beige alert here.
They're of course gonna fucking hate this, right?
Right.
And then the people who say literally any sort of peace deal is by definition appeasement, and you're Neville Chamberlain.
Right.
They're gonna fucking hate me too.
They're gonna really hate you.
So it's like I'm really shoving my dick in a waffle iron for the sake of intellectual honesty here, even though I know I'm stepping into.
Sometimes that's just what you get.
Yeah, that is a one small waffle iron.
I'm literally tap dancing on a mine. I'm break dancing on a minefield right now, but whatever, it is what it is.
There are actual minefields in Ukraine right now. That Russian armor is break dancing over.
Better than nuclear war, though.
It's not going as well as they hoped.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So anyway, first thing is this: Russia withdraw. Okay, that's my peace deal. Okay,
I agree.
Really.
100%. I take back everything.
That is what fucking happens, because when the U.S. invaded Iraq, if I was protesting the Iraq war, you want a proposal? Here's my proposal. Suck my nuts. Withdraw Iraq. Withdraw from Iraq, America, because we were the aggressor. Like, get the fuck out. Okay.
So when you say that, though, do you mean out of Crimea too? Do you mean out of the eastern region, even the part that they had basically, de facto had independence?
I think she's taking it way too seriously here.
For Russia's most recent invasion?
I'm largely being facetious.
Yeah. We're getting... Kyle went from having a reasonable opinion to pulling it all the way back to the centrist negotiating table here.
We'll get to my real proposal in a second. That wasn't the serious part.
I
just wanted to say that up front because I just want to be clear. They are the aggressor. They launched an illegal invasion against a country that didn't attack them.
Yes, but you said it would be okay if they just went into the ethnic Russian areas, because if there's an ethnic part of a different country, you can invade that country with military force, and that would be perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Shouldn't be any response.
So they're to blame. That's the first point I wanted to make, and I think that's obvious, but plenty of people have brainworms. They won't even agree with that part, right? So anyway, that's the semi-facetious answer. It'd be great if they did it, but they're not going to do it. So now to the real...
Which is why you have to force them to do it. And Ukraine is bearing the blood in that instance, but if you want them to bear less blood, give them all the weapons and tools they fucking need in order to accomplish their goal.
The real argument.
Okay.
So the first thing, the 4 regions in eastern Ukraine. It's Luhansk. I'm going to butcher these names. Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia
Zaporizhia or
Zaporizhia.
Zaporozhia.
however you say it. And Kherson?
Taught me how to say it.
Kherson?
Kherson.
Something like that.
Kherson?
Yeah.
Kherson? Okay.
You thought, you thought about this long and hard. Did you do any research on even how to pronounce the areas that you're fucking talking about? I'm probably butchering them, but not that bad. Kherson? Oh my god.
Those are the 4 regions. Now.
Same with you're missing Crimea.
I'm not gonna do a deal where Russia just gets those, because then what you're doing is you're laying the precedent of a bigger country can invade a smaller country and then just demand shit.
You said that you would have been okay with that at the beginning of the war. That if it's just like a minor incursion into the ethnic areas, then that would be fine. Now you're changing your opinion a little bit after Russia, ran into a fucking brick wall, and your fear of Russia has been tempered a little bit at this point. I think not enough.
And then get it. And so that lays a precedent where any bigger country can invade any smaller country and say, this is mine now. And then, oh, you don't like that? We'll make a deal and only give me maybe 20% of what I want, right? I don't like that precedent. That's a bad precedent.
Let's hear what he has to say here.
But there is a fucking dispute, and that's a fact. So we have to acknowledge that reality and react accordingly. So what I would say is take those 4 regions and they become either independent countries or it becomes one independent country.
Without confirming with the people who are currently being occupied by Russia. Getting Russian troops out of those areas without having, any Russian infiltrators in those areas would be near fucking impossible. And Russia would probably, they might agree to it, considering what he's going to say here.
And you have UN peacekeepers in there to try to keep the peace. And so this way, what you're doing is...
Okay. UN peacekeepers from what nations? Because you are already nervous. You already want to remove NATO from half of fucking Europe just to appease Russia. And so NATO peacekeeper, UN peacekeepers from NATO countries would probably not be accepted by Russia, which means they'd have to be from, say, other countries that might be able to be influenced by Russia, and therefore your 4 countries would basically become puppet states from puppet states of Russia. So they'd still get what they fucking wanted. So you either have to have NATO troops in previously Russian-controlled territory under your plan, troops from NATO countries in Russian-controlled territory, and if anything goes wrong to those people from NATO countries, again, that's a whole international incident. This is the culmination of your thought process. Oh my god. Fucking touch grass, please, for 5 minutes. Just, the absolute stupidity.
Is you're not rewarding Russia for illegally invading.
Yes, you are, because even if you have UN peacekeepers who are from NATO countries in those areas, which provides a lot of conflict potential, and it would probably be a red line for Russia. You would also have, or you would have, basically Russian puppet states. But either way, the Ukrainian country, gets a whole host of their ports just gone. Access to the Black Sea, gone. Okay, and he's gonna we'll get to that when it comes to it.
Right, but you're also acknowledging the messy reality on the ground. And by the way, everybody hang in there, because at the end of it, there's a big curveball, which I think is an important part of the peace deal. Okay, so that's the first thing.
Okay.
So it's not Russia's, but they're going to become independent countries with UN peacekeepers.
UN peacekeepers from where, Kyle?
Okay. The second thing is Crimea. It's gone. I hate to say it, but it's been gone for 8 years.
Here's the thing. Part of the reason Russia wants that land border to Crimea is to ensure that the goods that they want to get there in order to maintain control over Crimea get there. Okay? They built the bridge between Crimea and Russia, and that still wasn't enough, because there were ferry services, then they built the bridge, and they still had trouble getting the necessary resources to Crimea. So you'd also need to provide Russia with enough transportation and security for that bridge to Crimea in order for them to accept said deal, which is part of Putin's whole legacy project. Not to mention Sevastopol, which is a deep water port that Russia wants for its warships to project power in the Black Sea. Oh, not to mention that they need water rights, because another problem with Crimea is it has very little natural water, and they needed that canal to be reopened from the Dnieper River to Crimea so that they could actually get water to Crimea. So it's all of those things would have to be part and parcel of the deal. And again, it's Russia would not give up on retaining control or influence over that southern territory because they needed to maintain Crimea. Okay? That you can't just say, here, Russia, take Crimea, and have that be the end of it, because Russia needs access to Crimea, and not just from the little Kerch Bridge.
It's not, and that's the reason why on this particular thing, I would be willing to say, let's just face reality. It's been gone for 8 years, and there's no getting it back. Like that's not a thing. They're not.
There can, if the land border is cut, they get Crimea back, basically, because it effectively blockades Crimea. And getting food, water, ammunition, everything in and out of Crimea is a Herculean effort, which is why they invaded. It's one of the several reasons they invaded in the first place.
Not going to give that up.
Yeah, and the other thing, I'll let you finish, but just to make one comment on that also is that, before the war, people were willing to acknowledge that basically most people in Crimea are, Russian ethnic and would prefer to be part of Russia. So,
again, that's part of Russian propaganda, and I would hesitate to take that with any amount of seriousness. Okay? Just why do you buy Russian propaganda so hard?
So I think that's an important reality to acknowledge, as well as the fact that you acknowledge, in the eastern part of Ukraine, there was an ongoing dispute about what would happen there. So, if you have those regions split off in some fashion from Ukraine, you actually have a more cohesive Ukrainian national project.
See, her and Kyle are both making the ethnic argument. If only we divided countries along only ethnic lines, like some kind of state with only one ethnicity. What are those called again? Ethno-states. Yes. If only we did that, we'd have stable social structures, stable societies. The brilliant idea, guys. Just brilliant.
That is more cohesively ethnically Ukrainian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if those arguments convince me that much as it's just it's been gone for 8 fucking years. Like that's the part that I can't get over. It's like there's going to be a hard no in any sort of an agreement from Russia if that's gone.
Yeah.
There'd be a hard no if they didn't have the land border either. And there'd also be a hard no to UN peacekeepers from NATO countries. Like, all of these things, hard no's. And they're part and parcel of your fucking plan.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I do think it matters what the people who actually live in that region, or at least lived in the region before this current war, what their wishes and aspirations are. I think it's something that should be taken into account.
But a lot of idiots...
There were no, as far as I know, there were no calls for referendums on joining Russia from Crimea prior to it being taken over by Russia. There were some in the eastern Donbass. I think that Russia probably had a large hand in those. That's just my thought process here, since it seemed to be one of the main legitimizing driving forces, which you guys apparently bought hook, line, and sinker. So just it very much seems that you guys just don't understand.
Did say that about the new regions they just invaded, and I think that's total bullshit.
Yeah, and the other thing, I mean, obviously, like, the fake elections they just had.
And they are fake. They're fucking fake. They're fucking fake.
Should not be considered a determinative of current public sentiment in any way. I mean, this is part of why, like, the legitimate aspirations of these areas have sort of been fucked over. But
okay, it's interesting that you guys are acknowledging that the referendums were fucking fake, but they should be a separate country or different countries, that because it's a territorial dispute now, or because they're ethnically Russian, or whatever justification you had for them not being part of Ukraine. You're making two different arguments that don't mesh well.
By Putin, because how can you possibly determine what their actual will is now that you've had war and you've had battles and you've had people fleeing and all of that? But anyway, those are my preliminary thoughts.
Okay, so Crimea is gone, officially recognized it as part of Russia, which again, they invaded in 2014. They've been there since.
Yeah.
I don't like it. And honestly, I think the reason why Putin did that is because in 2012, they found natural gas in the waters off Crimea. And so I think he did it because he wanted that natural gas. So...
Again, you're not making cogent arguments. Yes, he invaded Crimea for several reasons. I believe the port, the Sevastopol, the fact that Ukraine was drifting west and wouldn't have allowed them access to the port, the natural gas resources, and because he could. I think those are the main reasons that he did that. Was also significant effort put into the Donbass region and creating separatist movements because of the ethnicity, which is why he was able to claim the blood and soil narrative in his fucking speech, which you apparently agree with, or partially agree with.
So it's imperialist, fucked up, but it's gone, right?
And just like, it's gone, it's fine. You know, we shouldn't do anything about it. It's bad, but don't take any action to stop it.
So, but then we get to Ukraine agrees, no joining NATO. Okay? So no NATO in Ukraine, Crimea officially Russian. The eastern portions of the country are not going to be Russian. They're going to be independent countries with UN peacekeepers. And then what you need, of course, is Joe Biden to endorse the plan. And the curveball at the end, which, a lot of people, everybody's going to disagree with my plan that I'm putting out here, but this is something that would maybe snuff it out in the crib, is that I think you should actually allow Ukrainians to vote on it before you actually move forward and propose it.
Okay, that last point is the only coherent argument in that entire scenario. So let's go back and look at it point by point.
A lot of people, everybody's going to disagree with my plan that I'm putting out here, but this is something that would maybe snuff it out in the crib, is that I think you should actually allow Ukrainians to move on to that natural gas. So
where is it here?
So, but then we get to Ukraine agrees, no joining NATO.
Okay. Why? Ukraine agrees not to join NATO. Then they just get invaded again. Like that's part and parcel of what's going to happen. With Kyle's plan here. It is okay. They're independent states which will be heavily influenced by Russia on their border because they're not going to have the resources, money, or power to resist, and you're obviously not willing to protect them very much, if at all, or not at all, because none of those little nations would be part of NATO either, I'm guessing. Ukraine's basically left alone by itself to, in 5-10 years, be invaded by Russia again. It's it's comical. The only reason that Ukraine was targeted and nowhere else is because of fucking NATO. Just sad.
Okay. So no NATO in Ukraine, Crimea officially Russian.
Why? Again, the reason why Russia wants that southern portion is to get resources to Crimea so it can actually hold on to it. So they're not going to want to give up influence over that territory in any way, shape, or form because they need it for Crimea. And giving that to Russia is, again, doing what you said you wouldn't do at the start, saying, I only give you 20% of what you want. And that's about 20%. Maybe a little less. But you'd be balkanizing Ukraine, basically tearing pieces of it apart so it has less influence by itself. Having a bunch of independent nations with peacekeepers from where, and giving Crimea to Russia and saying, yeah, no territorial dispute here, all yours. I mean, it was bad and wrong that you did it, but we'll give it to you anyway.
The eastern portions of the country are not going to be Russian. They're going to be independent countries with UN peacekeepers.
Independent. With peacekeepers. From where, Kyle?
And then what you need, of course, is Joe Biden to endorse the plan. And the curveball at the end, which, a lot of people, everybody's going to disagree with my plan that I'm putting out here, but this is something that would maybe snuff it out in the crib, is that I think you should actually allow Ukrainians to vote on it before you actually move forward and propose it.
Again, the most coherent part of his plan is to let Ukrainians say whether or not they like the plan. And I would hazard a guess that the vast majority of Ukrainians would say, fuck off, you piece of shit. You're giving Russia a bunch of what it wants after invading us, and then telling us this is your peace deal. No.
Because, and here's my reasoning for that. They were illegally invaded. So when they say, like, no, we're going to defend our own country and we're not going to give an inch away,
Yeah.
I'm sympathetic to that. So if the Ukrainian people say, if a majority of the Ukrainian people say, no, fuck off, like, we're going to keep fighting. All right, there's really nothing I could do in that scenario as an outsider.
Yeah. Hey.
Don't agree with that. And here's why. Because the only reason that they are where they are in this war is because of us. I mean, not only in terms of, but let me finish my point.
I was going to say half agree.
Not only in terms of the weapons that we have supplied them, in terms of the intelligence we've supplied them. I mean, it's now been reported out how instrumental our intelligence was in some of the key strikes and military accomplishments of the Ukrainian military. This is not to take anything away from their like courage and savvy and all those things.
Yes, it is. You're doing that right now because you're saying don't give the Ukrainian people any voice in the negotiated plan. It's like you're saying your sacrifices were really our sacrifices, so we should retain 100% control of the peace deal that we give you. Holy shit. Fucking stupid.
But, I mean, also economically.
Because Ukrainians would hate the West after that. They would despise it. And it would probably push them closer towards Russia because why not? Because, you know, yes, he gave us just enough. And then right when we were trying to actually achieve, you know, some form of victory, you said, nah, fuck you. This is our agreement. And then we're telling you to take it. The amount of, you see, betrayal is something that is seen in large part worse than someone just attacking you. Being stabbed in the back is seen as worse than someone coming at you from the front. Because at least the person coming at you from the front is telling you, I'm attacking you. When someone comes and puts a knife in your back that was supposed to be your friend, that hurts people more. And relations with Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, would be horribly damaged if you did this. Horribly. Like, you didn't even give us a vote on it. You told Zelensky, this is an ultimatum. You take this deal or fuck you. Or you take this deal or else. Basically.
Like, we are propping up this whole country right now. So the idea that we don't get a say, well, I just don't think that's true. In fact, I think the reason that the war has taken the trajectory that it's taken, in large part, and I do view this as a proxy war.
It's not a proxy war because it's not two groups being propped up by two other groups, by two larger superpowers. One superpower is actually the one invading, okay? Ukraine's just getting help and support and aid as being an ally of the West. And so, again, she said, I'm not taking anything away from the valor of the Ukrainians, but they shouldn't get a say in the peace deal.
Is because the U.S. government's policy has been, we don't want this war to end. We want this war to continue. We want to weaken Russia.
Again, it's not going to be a forever war, okay? Even at this point, the Russian mobilization has already happened, I believe. September 21st. So yeah, the Russian mobilization has happened already. Okay? The chaos that resulted from that, the instability that resulted from that is evident. It cannot be a forever war. It's and again, Biden visited Ukraine. I think it was a lot later that Biden visited Ukraine. I think he did that in the spring this year, actually, or in the first month. No, it was in February. It was in February because it was close to the anniversary date of the war that Biden actually visited Ukraine and tied his political legitimacy to winning the war in Ukraine.
And so it just was reported in the Washington Post that privately administration officials are saying
So I'm saying that it hasn't happened yet, so they couldn't have known it by now. But there are just so many other pieces of information that you guys are glossing over and just completely ignoring. And just stating that the Ukrainian people shouldn't get a say in the peace deal is stupid.
Ukraine to the table. We also know that, Boris Johnson went to Kyiv early on when there were active peace negotiations. There was a lot more prospect of actually coming to a deal early on.
And that early deal would have been far less good for Ukraine. Far less. It would have been horrendous for Ukraine and the West. And you guys would be the ones pushing for it and saying, yeah, that would have been the better option. No, it would not have. It would absolutely have not have been a good option, because Ukraine is in a better position now, and it was in a better position on October 14th than it was at the beginning of the fucking war. It's in a far better position at this point. So to come in and say, give up, we know you're getting better, but yet you really should have taken the peace deal at the start of the war. That would have been so terrible for you. Fuck. Just the stupidity here is
He went to Kyiv and delivered what was very likely the U.S. and U.K. message of, you are not allowed to strike a peace deal. So
it's, you shouldn't strike a peace deal because victory is possible. And given the intelligence that was given to Ukraine and how the Ukrainians have used it, is very effective. Was very effective in, holding the Russian tide back. And throwing the Russian tide back, basically. Just... It wasn't a demand, but it was telling them that, hey, don't give up the fighting spirit. And that is a good thing in my perspective. Don't let Russia roll over you.
So you can say, okay, they can have a vote, and it's really up to them. But then there's still a decision for us. Are we going to continue to ship them arms? Are we going to continue to support them in the war effort? Because without us doing that, they're kind of dead in the water.
Okay, so I was going to address that.
Yeah.
And the answer is, when Biden endorses the plan, that's a wink and a nod of like, look, if you guys don't take this, that's on you. Like, you're sort of on your own now.
It's... Which is like, all the money we gave you, all the arms we've given you, all that can go to Russia when they lose. That's basically just being like, we're cutting you off. Fuck you.
Yeah. You've already given them $50 to $80 billion worth of weapons. I mean, I would.
Again.
Stop after like 3 packages.
And where would those weapons have gone when Ukraine loses or Ukraine lost? In Kyle's ideal world, why the fuck would you give a little bit of weapons and then just be like, okay, we've done the most minimal amount of support. Oh, you lost? Well... I guess those Russians, got some newer equipment. The NATO's cut in half, or more than half. But yeah, good job. Holy fuck.
We're on package, what, 17 or some shit like that? So Biden proposing this to Zelensky it's sort of implied like, hey, man, this is the out. Either shit or get off the pot.
Yeah.
Just like, take this terrible peace deal that is horrible for you and good for Russia, or we're going to stop helping you defend against Russian aggression. And then when Russia invades you again, maybe we'll help you. If Kyle's in charge at that point, the help would be like, Russia, tut.
So in other words, that answers your concern there. But I also will say this. You were talking about, the U.S. was blocking peace, whatever, but they also have the will to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, they have the will to fight.
Let's not pretend. Like, Biden loves to pretend like, this is just on the Ukrainians and we're just going to do whatever they want. Bullshit. Okay?
Yeah, we have sway.
Not just sway. We're determinative. Like, they don't get to this place anywhere close to it without our arms, economic support, intelligence, training over years. Like, none of it. And again, that is not to diminish their efforts and their losses and their courage and all of that.
Yes, it is. Like, you're just... I love how she says, we're the reason and not them, so we should have all the power in what comes out of it. It's like the British Empire carving up Africa. It's like, this is what's going to be. And it's just... oh my God. The ivory tower that you guys sit upon. The backdrop there is perfect.
But it's just to be real. Like, they're nowhere in this war without our support.
That, again, is mostly true. Okay? The U.S. has done a lot. But if the U.S. gives up and Ukraine loses, then all the weapon, arms, and ammunition goes directly to an authoritarian, dictatorial, imperialist power. Just maybe giving them all the tools they need to win the war is the best thing at this point. And there is still so much hesitation over tanks, and now there's hesitation over fighter planes. And it takes months to train fighter pilots, okay, on new planes, different armaments. Just, these guys are sad.
So, if you say, okay, you vote on it, and if you guys say no, then all right, we're out. That means effectively
they're more likely to take it.
Well, not only that, but I mean, that means effectively, if they did vote against it, Russia is winning that war. If we follow through on truly pulling our military
aid. I don't even know about that, because if they already have $50 to $80 billion of military equipment, then they're already, you could hunker down for quite a fucking while with that amount of military support. And it's no guarantee that the rest of the world follows if we stop supporting them with literally anything and everything they want.
Okay. It is a large signal to the rest of NATO being like, oh, the big guy's out? The big guy is being like, here's a shitty proposal to Ukraine, and they didn't take it, so they cut off arms. I guess we could still support Ukraine. But again, that just draws out the war. It does what Putin wants. It splits NATO, because it splits the unity and unified effort, and it prolongs the war because you've just severed one of the main arteries to Ukraine, who at this point are pretty clearly winning the battle of attrition. And then you take that away and give maybe a little bit more support to Russia, who would start winning the attritional war, or might start winning the attritional war. And then maybe they just... because Russia has an effective monopoly over what they need to keep Crimea at this point. And that the U.S. backing out after giving a shitty peace deal and trying to force Ukraine to take it is basically a signal to Ukraine, you're on your own. And that would also severely hurt the morale of the Ukrainian troops. And like, yeah, the U.S. just pulled out after telling us to take one of the worst peace deals I've ever fucking seen. It's just sad.
So much. I mean, the amount that we have shipped and the amount of dollars we've used to support them economically and keep them afloat. Because remember, I mean, the economic damage that they've suffered is catastrophic. Like, to even be able to float their government,
That's another reason why
we've been instrumental in all of this.
That's
so
another reason why
even if Europe is like, yo, we're still in, they're still in really dire straits without us. Yeah.
But you're almost bolstering my plan here, because that's another reason why they'd be like, I might not like all this.
No,
In fact,
I agree
hate a
with
lot
that.
of it.
That's why I really get annoyed with, this isn't aimed at you really, I really get annoyed with Biden administration officials pretending like it's just hands off and we're just letting this all unfold, when your plan and like logically thinking this through demonstrates how much incredible, not just sway and influence, but what like absolute direct impact we have ultimately on this war. And so when we pretend like, oh, we're not really doing much, we're just watching from afar and hoping for the best, total and utter bullshit.
It's not. It is a little bullshit. That we're just watching from afar. The West has had an instrumental impact, not only on Ukrainian military effectiveness, but also on morale. And the peace deal that you guys are pushing here is just moronic beyond all belief. So, like, there are other options, but none. The only good option, the best bad option, I should say, is to keep fighting until they win, in my opinion. And Kyle, before the start of the war, was ready to give concessions to Russia. And all the way through is just like, let's give up now. Everybody, come on. We got to give up. We got to give up. Everybody, give up. Please, just give up. Let's, hands up, walk away. Just, oh my fucking God. We've gone through a bunch of videos now where it's just him trying to throw his hands up and tell everyone to throw their hands up. It's like, put your weapons down,
We are facilitating and allowing the Ukrainians to do self-defense. Maybe that's why I'm not as offended by it as you are, is because I do ultimately see it as defensive. Even though...
Yeah, no shit.
We are propping it up. We are allowing it to get... You know what I'm saying?
Oh, listen, I totally understand the Ukrainian perspective, and it's absolutely just. It's just their interest and our interests, and more importantly, the interests of the globe, are not 100% aligned.
No two groups have 100% alignment, okay? But I hope that you can understand the massive benefit that one of the largest breadbaskets in the fucking planet should not be manipulated by an authoritarian expansionist dictatorship. It's... just... You talk about alignment and just completely ignore the realities of the situation and how much better it would be for everyone if Russia's imperialist back was broken here.
And in my view, I care a lot more about the interests of the globe in avoiding nuclear war than I do about Ukrainian territorial integrity.
Again, just avoiding nuclear war is very easy. Okay? No country with nukes is going to launch them. It'll be a terrorist organization or a rogue general. Okay. North Korea is the closest, but that wouldn't destroy the world. It would destroy the peninsula. But so her argument doesn't fucking make sense.
Okay, maybe, but maybe not, because if, let's say hypothetically, we agree to this deal or some similar like peace deal, right? Yeah. And then Russia's like, great, sure, here, sign off on it, boom, done. And then in 2 years or 3 years, there's another fucking invasion of another country that's right on their border, then it is fair to call this appeasement that didn't work. I'm willing to admit, I know I'm proposing a peace deal here.
Okay, I had forgotten about this. He literally says it's appeasement. He literally says it. He says this is appeasement for Russia to avoid nuclear war. And and that it wouldn't work. And he's right. It wouldn't work.
I am freely willing to admit, if I get everything I want here, I could still be dead wrong, and the answer could have been no peace deal. The answer maybe, potentially, could have been, should have been, no, keep giving them fucking weapons, defeat Russia so they know you can't do shit like this.
No fucking shit.
If they don't have nuclear weapons, then that idea would have a lot more purchase with me. But they...
Again, nuclear countries, do whatever the fuck you want. You know, I can imagine, you know, North Korea invading South Korea and then Crystal saying like, let's pull out. You know, we don't want any nuclear warheads flying. You know, just everybody pull out.
They do.
I agree.
And that's just reality.
I agree, which is why we're fundamentally on the same page with it.
And so, I mean, you can pretend like, oh, that shouldn't sway you and that shouldn't influence you, but that's fucking reality. And you have to deal with the fact that the risk, right now, the risk of a catastrophic, world-ending nuclear war is pretty high.
No, it's not.
It's definitely the highest in our lifetimes. Definitely the highest since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
No, it's not. It's nowhere near that high. Okay? Russia, at this point, I think has 2 or 3 times, at the very least, threatened nukes. And nothing's happened. I think more than 3 times. Maybe 4 or 5 at this point. And nothing's happened. They haven't used them. They know the consequences. It's not going to happen. And you shit yourself every fucking time Putin says it. And it's so sad. And to see both of them shit themselves.
So even though, look, I don't like the idea of, like, you know, giving into any of their demands at all. And I understand the Ukrainian position 100%. But that outcome is so catastrophic that it must be avoided at even at a high cost. And the other thing I would say about...
How high a cost? Reconstituting the rest of the Soviet fucking Union? It just... If a nuclear power just rattles their saber and you run and hide every fucking time, then they're going to take everything you have.
About this, and you and I have gone back and forth on this a million times, but I just have to put it on here again, is...
It's weird that you guys go back and forth on it, because you both fucking agree that appeasement is the only option.
I just can't imagine on this idea of, oh, that would be appeasement. No one is going to look at the experience of Russia in all of this, which has been catastrophic for them, and be like, that's something I want to repeat. Russia will not even if, like, okay, we give them Crimea and these regions are independent or whatever, and they feel like, we got our way, which first of all...
That's the face-saving thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it is face-saving, because ultimately they de facto had Crimea anyway.
Exactly.
But, you know, Russia has been barely able to prosecute this war, and has burned through lots of their stockpiles and many of, thousands of their people and lots of political will, and the, regime may be on shaky political footing. It's hard to tell from the outside at this point. Even if they were like, oh, that was really great, let's do it again, I don't even think they're capable of doing it because they've been so, economically and militarily undercut by.
Okay, here's the thing, is if Russia gets concessions from you guys and the West in Ukraine, and they get the face-saving way for this perfect plan to be appeased, then when they go back, when Putin turns around and is like, well, that was a fucking shit show. What to do now? Do you know what he's going to try and do? He's going to try and fix the problems that caused the catastrophic losses. Oh my fucking god. He might actually learn from his mistakes, so when he does it the next time, he can probably do it more successfully. And if Kyle's in charge, again, he'd probably fucking succeed.
By their own actions here. So I am very skeptical of the idea that anyone would look at a deal similar to what you're proposing, which I think that would be the general outlines of, something like that would be the type of deal that would be struck, that anyone would look at that and that would be like, that was awesome for Russia, and yeah, I want to do that too.
So
it's not the idea that, it was awesome for Russia. Russia was able to get concessions doing X, Y, and Z. Maybe if I structured myself in a way slightly different than Russia and then did the similar thing, then I'd have a more successful result than Russia did. Like maybe having more reserves and having those reserves inside my own country rather than in foreign bank accounts. That could be a new strategy that, would have worked better than Russia, who had a lot of its assets frozen and those assets were supposed to be used as a cushion. So again, appeasement only shows how weak your hand is.
So let me just say, I hope you're 100% right. I hope you're 1,000,000% right. I would like nothing more than the exact thought process that you're talking about here, which would potentially prevent Putin from trying something like this again in the future, which would mean if that's the case, then I think my deal is honestly genius.
No, I think you underestimate the arrogance and pride that some of these people who rise to the top of hierarchical social structures have. They tend to try and get what they want regardless. So it's not well, this didn't work, so I'll never do it again. It's, well, that didn't work. Let's see how we can do it again, but better. I think your defeatist mindset has leaked into your perspective of other people in different positions who are in those positions for vastly different reasons.
And it wasn't appeasement. It was the correct thing to do at the correct time, right? But you're assuming that he values, the economic hit and the dissent of the public more than he values the goal of gaining land and bringing back the glory of the Russian Empire. Because if the textbooks view him in the future as like, he brought us back to our glory, he gained more territory, he'll say the price was worth it.
I only think he cares about his own power and not losing his life.
Well,
I mean, they talk about in that article, though, the War on the Rocks one, about how he obsessively watches the death of Gaddafi and is like, sort of, I mean, these are people who want to preserve their life and preserve their power.
And his legacy.
And ultimately, I think those are the things that are going to, be more influential both for him and for other autocrats like him.
Okay.
No. I think she vastly misunderstands what Putin's takeaway from Gaddafi is. It's not, am I afraid of my own people? Because if he did that, if he was in that position, he would not have he would have taken an off ramp at all the off ramps that these appeasing idiots wanted to give him. Like at the start of the war, we can't send too many weapons to Ukraine because it might anger Russia. And all the people saying, we should negotiate. Macron went there a lot of times, just trying to get Putin to take the foot off the gas, and it didn't work. Why? Because Putin has a vision for what he wants, and it's not. He's not going to stop.
He might be terminally ill. He might die soon. I think he wants to be able to say, yeah, I brought us back to the former glory of the Russian Empire. We got back territory that we had given away wrongly when the Soviet Union broke up.
I don't see that anyone could take that as the conclusion away from the sequence of events. I mean,
you don't know what he values, though. That could be what he values more than whatever the economic hit is and whatever the number of people who died is.
How could anyone argue this restored them to their former glory? They're global pariahs now. I mean,
here the thing is that it doesn't matter to him what the global pariah thing is, or the amount of losses there was. What matters to him is what's said in the textbooks. So Kyle's a little bit right in that regard.
It's about a 100-year view.
Even China and India are like, we're kind of not feeling you on what you're doing right now.
It's about 100 years in the future. He wants to have a legacy, and he's trying to make this his legacy. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that's possible. I hope you're right, and you might be right in your analysis that it's not worth it because of all these fucking downsides, and we could list 20,000 downsides for him, and you're right about all those things.
If he was looking at those 20,000 downsides, he would have been he would have been backing off, but he's not and hasn't. It's Crystal's way out to outer space on this. Like, she is past Saturn.
Things.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is don't be 100% sure in that analysis, because he could value the gaining of the territory more than he values any of all the things associated with this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Don't put all your bags in appeasement. No fucking shit.
But to zoom out again, I'll take, I won't say 100%, right? I think I'm right that no one would look at this and be like, this was great, let's do it. This was good for Russia and my legacy and whatever. But the risk of nuclear war is so grave and so dangerous and staring us so much in the face that it is overwhelmingly worth trying to come to some sort of deal, even, a painful one. And any deal will be a painful one, there's no doubt about it.
Considering all the concessions you want to give to fucking Russia over the threat of nuclear brinksmanship, just do you lie awake at night being like, oh my god, the nukes are gonna fly tomorrow if something isn't done? Just the patheticness of this is sad.
Why do you think I'm making an ass of myself and proposing this?
Yeah.
And I'm going to get dunked on by everybody. The pro-Ukraine people are going to hate me because you're giving away too much and it's appeasement. And the pro-Russia people are going to be like,
whatever.
I don't even know what the pro-Russian people are going to say.
The pro-Russian people being like, oh, the decadent West is giving up. Look at this. Look at these pathetic idiots coming to the table. They fear us so much that they're willing to do anything to appease us.
And their heads too.
Again, they'll be upset, like the pro-Russian side would be upset, but they'd take it as a victory. Okay? They would be like, how dare you? It's like when two particular sides are negotiating and one side gives 99% of what the other side wants. the other side will still cry and moan about that fucking 1% and how they're being oppressed. Okay? Just... please understand.
Yeah, they're going to be like, no, Donbass has to be ours too, or some shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people are very, invested in simple narratives, but ultimately, and the really troubling thing is the further we go and the more steps on the escalatory path that are taken, the more difficult it becomes to even imagine something like this happening, which is why, at those early days when there were actual discussions that were going on, there were talks that were happening in Turkey in particular, and those got short-circuited. I mean, that just made it so much harder to envision how this comes to a close.
So, what do you think of my deal?
I'll take it.
Of course you would. Just the brainchild of neutrality, Oh my God, I hate this so much.
You'll take it?
Yeah.
Is there anything you would change? Any big thing you would change?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert on like international peace negotiations. But
I am.
I
Okay, Kyle, I'll take that. If you watch this video, absolutely, I will happily play a Russian negotiator, and you can play the American negotiator, and we'll come to the table, and we'll see where it goes. You'll probably end up sucking my dick after the first 10 minutes, but it might take 20. But just the saddest, most pathetic, useless idiot in terms of being on the Russia bad side. Just, oh my God. This is the video that pissed me off so much I had to make my own reaction to it. Holy shit.
I do sort of like your provision of like Ukrainians can vote on it, so they have a say.
Yeah.
But listen.
And right now they'll probably defeat it, to be honest. But in 5 years, if there's still 125,000 people die, they'll be like, oh my God, we should have.
Just again, considering Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure and the fact that you want this to grind on for 5 years, just, God damn it. If you would have given the tools sooner, the war would have been over. And you're just like, oh, yeah, I should have taken that shitty ass deal, or else we'll let you grind for 5 years to try and defend your territory. Fuck you very, very much.
Or if this can go on for 5 years with us all still existing. But I would not make it oblique. I would make it totally clear that if you vote this down, that's fine. Like, you get to do what you're going to do with your own land, but we're out. I think you have to make that really clear.
I mean, I wouldn't have Biden literally say that to Zelensky, but I would have a wink and a nod of like, look, just so you know, this is what's on the table, like it or dislike it. And so you guys can decide if you want to hop into this, but I highly recommend you do, because if you don't, there are going to be consequences to that are not great.
Yeah.
So anyway, I know I'm a genius, even though literally 98% of you are going to be like, fucking stupid ass, dumb ass plan, appeasement, Neville Chamberlain, fucking whatever.
It's actually worse than Neville Chamberlain, because that was just over the Sudetenland. This is actually, and there wasn't a full-scale invasion going on at that time. This is after, this would be like Neville Chamberlain negotiating with Hitler after the invasion of Poland. That's what this would be like. So, God damn it. I really, really hate this guy's position. Alright, what's next? Alright, next on the list, let's take a look. I'm not going through an entire debate with those morons. I don't know why that's there. That, I believe, is just a rehash of his position on why aren't there more left-wing people saying let's give up, you know, let's negotiate away Ukraine to Russia. Biden scolds Zelensky for being ungrateful when Zelensky's trying to save his country. Ukraine war is imploding Russia. This, I believe, I watched part of it. It has to do with him reacting. Oh yeah, it has real life lore. Yeah, it's him reacting to real life lore. Which real life lore did a video on the demographics in Russia and Ukraine, and it was very interesting. So I'd say real life lore, check them out. They've done some good work. U.S. prods to negotiate with Russia. I believe that one was him talking about like a PR move in order to shore up international support. Europe accuses U.S. of war profiteering. Oh, that's going to happen. The U.S. is never not going to war profiteer. But if it's war profiteering for saving Ukraine, I'm willing to say that it's better than war profiteering to shove tanks in a warehouse. So just differences in opinion there, I think, between me and Kyle. Biden should threaten nuclear war. Again, I think we've gone over that. You know, Kyle wetting his pants. Nikki Haley, Marianne Williamson. Pressed on Ukraine, Biden, and more. There might only be, I haven't watched this, like, there might be, like, a small portion of it on Ukraine, but Marianne Williamson is, like, she's a bit of an airhead, we'll just say that. The military-industrial complex, I think I can guess his thoughts on that. We only have 2 left. Okay, so Tucker, Trump, and DeSantis talking about Ukraine. I think we'll do that next.
All right, guys, so this is really interesting here. Tucker Carlson reached out to every single Republican presidential candidate and asked them pretty direct questions on the Ukraine war and basically tried to get them to clarify and get on the record as to what their exact position is. So he has their responses here. I want to listen, and then we'll come back and I'll break it down for you. Take a look.
So former President Donald Trump, who as of tonight is the front runner for the Republican nomination, sent a long and really interesting response. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine if I were president, he writes, not even a small chance. Trump says he opposes regime change in Russia. Quote, we should support regime change in the United States. That's far more important. The Biden administration are the ones who got us into this mess.
Just a ridiculous statement on its face. The Biden administration is helping Ukraine defend itself. And just, I actually think if Trump was in the same position, he would have done the same thing. So it's pot calling the kettle black, really.
Trump repeatedly refers to the risk of nuclear war, which he describes as absolutely real, and then he
No, it's not.
calls for a negotiated peace by Ukraine, mediated by the United States. Quote,
Russia's not going to negotiate with the United States on any sort of terms that would in any way be favorable to Ukraine. That's not going to happen, because the U.S. isn't going to be seen as a neutral arbiter.
both sides are weary and ready to make a deal, Trump writes.
I would argue What is that? Oh, it was just March 16th. Oh, it was... that happened. This is recent.
The meeting should start immediately. There is no time to spare. Death and destruction must end now.
It's not going to happen with Putin in power. I'm sorry. And any negotiated settlement cannot be trusted because Russia's already broken their past couple agreements that they negotiated on their terms. If they negotiate a deal with America, do you think they're going to trust that paperwork anymore? No.
Trump has been saying things like this and predicting this for 5 years now, and he's saying it again. What's interesting, though, is that Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence, who was also running for president this year, opposes his old boss on nearly every point. We're paying the Ukrainians to fight Russia, Pence writes, so we won't have to fight Russians ourselves. Pence endorses...
It's, in theory, like, Russia won't attack any NATO country. That's pretty well solidified. But they will take Ukraine if they can. And the ability to stop them from taking Ukraine is very important.
Even stricter sanctions against Moscow.
I also agree.
Dismisses the risk of nuclear war as a, quote, bullying tactic from Putin.
Yes, it is.
And then Pence suggests that anyone who disagrees with his views on Ukraine is a disloyal American. Quote,
I wouldn't say they're disloyal Americans. I just say, like, I wouldn't consider people like Kyle being disloyal American because he's just naive and stupid.
There is no room for Putin apologists in the Republican Party.
I would hope that should be a narrative.
Mike Pence did not specify who he was talking about, though we suspect this show is included in that treasonous category.
Considering they run Tucker Carlson clips in Russia, take that as you will.
And then maybe the most newsworthy response that we received was from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis has well-known views on many topics, of course, but until tonight, no one could really say with precision where he stood on the war in Ukraine, which is arguably the most important topic in the world.
Now, this is interesting because I believe after DeSantis gave this response, he also came out later when the ICC called Putin a war criminal and issued the warrant for his arrest, that he called Putin a war criminal. So it's he flip-flopped a little bit, I think.
And now we know. DeSantis is adamantly opposed to the position that most Republicans in Washington have taken on Ukraine. DeSantis is not a neocon. Who knew? Quote, while the U.S. has many vital national interests, DeSantis writes, securing our borders, addressing the crisis of readiness within our military, achieving energy security and independence, and checking the
you guys have energy security and independence,
economic, cultural, and military power of the Chinese Communist Party, becoming further entangled in a territorial dispute between Ukraine and Russia is not one of them.
A territorial dispute. Oh, that is very rich. Very, very rich. I think that before the war, that's what Kyle would have called the war if Russia only created the ethnically Russian areas of Ukraine.
Without question, he writes, peace should be the objective. The U.S. should not provide assistance that could require the deployment of American troops or enable Ukraine to engage in offensive operations beyond its borders.
That would mean not giving a single bullet to Ukraine, because bullets can be used for offensive operations in aggressive actions versus Russia. It's just ridiculous on its face. Ukraine, I think, has been told very clearly not to send any troops into Russia proper, and they haven't. They just, in the north, they chased them all the way back to the border, but didn't pursue past that. You know, same thing with the fall counteroffensive. They were able to take a hell of a lot of territory, but did not invade past the previous Ukrainian border. So It's stupid to consider any particular weapon that is practical to give to Ukraine to take their territory back as being impractical because it could hit Russian territory. It's foolish on its face.
F-16s and long-range missiles should therefore be off the table.
Disagree.
These moves would risk explicitly drawing the United States into the conflict.
No, it wouldn't. Ukrainian pilots taking off from Ukrainian air bases, flying jets that were built in the United States, would be just as egregious as firing U.S. HIMARS. It's just a ridiculous sentiment.
And drawing us closer to a hot war between the world's two largest nuclear powers. That risk is unacceptable.
Again, the fear over this is overblown just by people who want to appease Russia.
DeSantis goes on to oppose the policy of regime change in Moscow, which is very popular in Washington.
There's no plans that I know of for regime change in Russia, but allowing it to fall apart is a little different than directly sending in CIA assassins. Okay? Directly sending in CIA assassins would be the stupidest fucking move you could possibly do. But if, say, Putin's power gets challenged naturally in Russia, propping Putin up would be a terrible fucking idea. And appeasing Putin in order to try and keep him in power is also a terrible fucking idea.
He points out that the Biden administration has created an alliance between Russia and China, and that's a disaster for the United States. Quote, "We cannot prioritize intervention in an escalating foreign war over the defense of our own homeland, especially as
What part of your homeland is being threatened?
Tens of thousands of Americans are dying every year from narcotics smuggled across our open border, and our weapons arsenals, critically for our own security, are rapidly being depleted."
Okay, which wars would you want to get into right away there? Who's going to attack America? Nobody. Because America has way too many wealthy people in it.
All right, there you have it. So that's Trump and that's DeSantis. By the way, he goes on to bring up Nikki Haley, who, of course, is more in line with Pence's neocon argument. Tim Scott, who I don't think said much, but maybe leans more in the Pence direction. And then you also had Vivek Ramaswamy, who wrote a very, very long response. And the gist of his response is babble, 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 garbage, garbage, garbage. Let's not focus over there. What we need to do is take out the real threat, which is the drug cartels. Which is his not-so-subtle way of saying we should invade Mexico.
Invading Mexico. All right. This is a talking point that a couple of people brought up. Invading Mexico is not going to happen. It's basically just red meat to certain kind of people in the base.
By the way, a lot of Republicans have now been saying that over and over and over. Dan Crenshaw, Lindsey Graham, just to name two, but there's others who've gone on Fox News like, yeah, we should invade Mexico.
Again, there's just saber-rattling from people who use it as juice for their base.
So, wow. Wow on the Vivek front. But anyway, so let's get back to Trump and Pence and DeSantis here. So this is interesting both substantively, but also it's interesting in terms of the politics of the 2024 race. So the Republican base is kind of split on the issue of Ukraine.
It's not split as much as you think. Yeah. I can spell. No, there's no charts or graphs. All right. So 48% say they favor the U.S. providing weapons to Ukraine, with 29% opposed. So 48 to 29. 22% neither in favor or opposed. So let's say GOP. Overwhelming. No charts or graphs. Blah. VOA. Who's VOA? Oh, it's just quoting that. Yeah. The Hill. See, 42% of Republicans support the United States providing weapons of financial support to Ukraine. Let's look at the Axios polls. We'll go back. There you go. Support by a political party providing weapons to Ukraine. 42%. So I guess they are split. Independents 60, Democrats 79. Mm-hmm. Hmm. 2023. Okay. Still overall, most people support sending arms to Ukraine, which is a good thing.
I think they still lean a little more in favor of giving them aid and giving
Unlike
them support.
this asshole.
But it's certainly more mixed than on the Democratic side. It's overwhelming, support Ukraine, screw Russia. On the Republican side, a little more mixed. But Pence is taking the classic Washington neocon position of like, look, we have to stop Russia now. We have to bleed out Russia now because they're not going to stop on their own. So if they take Ukraine, they're going to keep going. They're going to take whatever, fill in the blank with the other post-Soviet states that are on the list.
States that you wanted to remove NATO protection from. If you did remove NATO protection from those states, then I would argue yes. But because NATO protection is there, I would argue no.
They are afraid of a World War II type scenario where you can't appease somebody like Putin. In their mind, Putin is like Hitler. Therefore, if you make a deal with him, he's just not going to abide by the deal. He's going to keep going. He's going to keep taking places. And eventually we'll learn our lesson that there is no negotiating with terrorists effectively. That you just...
Again, he's already broken 2 deals that he negotiated on his own terms in Belarus. The Minsk agreements.
You have to take him out one way or another. And their way of doing it as of right now is basically via proxy war. Fund Ukraine.
It's not proxy war. Russia is invading. If China was funding Russia to invade, it would be a proxy war between China and the West. But it's not. Russia's the one invading. So it's not a proxy. You understand what proxies are, right?
Let Ukraine take care of it for you and, support them in every conceivable way imaginable. That's...
Not in every conceivable way imaginable. It's been a slow increase of support for Ukraine, which is good because it can bring an end to the war sooner. It's just all the tepid people like you saying, hold back as much as possible, maybe pull out and put your hands up, that has led to bullshit. Like, we can't send tanks to Ukraine. That's a red line for Russia. Can't send artillery to Ukraine. Red line for Russia. Can't. Blah, blah, blah.
It's the Pence position. That's the more neocon position. Trump's position is effectively the polar opposite, which is, look, he's not Hitler. He's not going to keep going. Just make a deal and be done with it. We need to de-escalate because we're on the brink of World War III. We live in the nuclear age. It can't, you just can't play with stakes that are this high.
Okay, Kyle, you sound an awful lot like Trump there.
You can't roll the dice. You can't risk it. If he's not bluffing, what are we talking about? The end of humanity as we know it. So we can't play that game. So
just let him do whatever the fuck he wants.
Just make a deal. In his mind, it'll stick if you make a deal. So make a deal. Both sides are tired of fighting anyway. We want to end the carnage. We want to end the bloodshed. We want to end the people dying right now. The two things that Trump said that I don't agree with are he argued Russia wouldn't have attacked the U.S. if I was president. I definitely don't agree with that. They were building up to this point anyway, and they had previously done invasions under Republican and Democratic administrations. So they took Crimea.
Okay, so here I think he's largely correct.
When Obama was president, but they also invaded Georgia when George W. Bush was president.
Yeah. So Russia doesn't care too much about who's in office because the West is the enemy, right? So it's not a big deal who's in the White House because I think Trump would have done the same thing that Biden did, except Trump might have actually been more aggressive in sending weapons to Ukraine. Just as long as they didn't put Trump in talks with Putin directly, and then, Putin might have gotten weapons from Russia or weapons from the States to invade Ukraine. Yeah, just as long as you kept Trump away from Putin, you probably would have had a stronger Ukraine at the beginning of the war.
So it wouldn't have mattered. Right? If he had won a second term, this probably still would have happened. So,
I agree with that.
I don't agree with him on that front. And the other part that Trump said, which is psychotic, is, well, we need regime change in the U.S. Hey, Dick, I don't know if you know this. He probably does know this. But regime change indicates not a democratic change of power. It's like removal by force.
Again, that's what he hints at because he's Trump. Okay? Trump does this all the fucking time. He uses inflammatory rhetoric and
propping up, doing a coup basically, and propping up some other leader. And he probably does know exactly what this means, but you know what he did on January 6th and what he wanted to happen on January 6th and how he wanted Pence to, basically overturn the election for him. And so he probably knows exactly what he's saying. He knows exactly what he's doing. And that's dark, right? And then DeSantis comes in, and honestly, he sounds like he's taking more of the Trump position than he is the Pence position.
I like how he assesses DeSantis's position in terms of Pence and Trump. To me, it sounds like he's further to the appeasement side than Trump is. Calling it a territorial dispute is something I would only use in reference to pre-war Kyle Kalinske.
But it's actually splitting the difference. That's what's really interesting about what he said. So I jotted down a bunch of it. Tucker says he's not taking the neocon position. Quote, peace should be the objective. And then he goes on to argue, basically, we have a lot of problems here, and we need to put those front and center, but also no offensive weapons for Ukraine. Now that's interesting. It was very clear that he meant no offensive weapons for Ukraine, but that means he's leaving the door open for defensive weapons to Ukraine.
I think that he's considering he's flip-flopped on the issue already. I think he leaves himself open to weasel and give himself wiggle room to do basically whatever he wants. Because he can call anything a defensive weapon, honestly. So again, I think that's politician weasel words. And Kyle recognizes that here, but I think he takes it too far, considering that you could also take it the other way and say, when you say no offensive weapons for Ukraine, that could mean no weapons for Ukraine. You could go either way with it. So it's such a broad statement that means absolutely fucking nothing.
So
it's political speak.
He's actually sort of splitting the difference between the Trump position and the Biden position.
By calling it a territorial dispute, I think he's arguing for the other side and not even having a negotiated settlement, but just being like, no weapons for Ukraine. Fuck you. You're on your own.
And by the way, you know who else got that message? Every other establishment Republican. So since we got this answer, Chris Christie came out and went after DeSantis, called him like a Putin apologist. Lindsey Graham, same thing, because they're definitely team Pence, team neocon. And I honestly think the reason why DeSantis is taking this position, it's strategic and it's for the 2024 primary.
Well, yeah, it's political speak.
He wants to sort of get people who are on both sides of this, voters who are on both sides of this, to the extent that they care about it, to view him as he's the most reasonable one, because he's not saying goofy things like "I'd end it in a day," which is obviously not something Trump could actually do. But he's also not really flirting with World War III and saying like, "Yeah, there's no, what's the worst that could happen? It's good. Just keep escalating."
Who is escalating, Kyle? Again, I asked this at the beginning of the video. Who is escalating? Which side rattles the saber of nuclear war consistently? Is it the Americans or any other democratic nation that has been rattling the saber of nuclear war and telling Russia to get out or we'll nuke them? No. I haven't heard that at all. If you've heard it, be my guest and show me. But I have not heard that. So I think it's Russia that's been the one who's tried to consistently escalate.
He's sort of taken that middle road. So that's interesting. That's interesting to me. And if I'm being honest with you guys, I think it's kind of smart positioning too for the 2024 primary. But it's not. Here's the part he would never admit. His take is not that different from what Biden is doing.
To an extent, I would agree with that if it's interpreted in the way that Kyle is alluding to here.
Right. It's not that different. Biden has attempted, now you could agree or disagree with how well he's succeeded at this front. He's attempted to basically provide the weapons, allow the proxy war, but draw a line at the weaponry that basically can be used offensively. They originally said no to, tanks and fighter jets and the longest range missiles and things like that. So, and I think that's kind of similar to the road that DeSantis would take if he's being honest in his commentary here. So it's actually not too far apart from DeSantis, which gets to my final point, which is I think most U.S. presidents would actually react the same in this instance.
Yeah, I would also even say that Trump would have reacted the same in this instance if he was in the same position, as long as he wasn't directly dealing with Putin. So, again, Putin doesn't care. And he's already signed 2 agreements that he's broken. But, people like Kyle will be like, here's another piece of paper you can tear up.
I really do. And in the case of Trump, in a weird way, I'd be more concerned with Trump in office. Because he's saying, peace deal, which I actually agree with that. I think that's a good thing. But the problem was, when Trump was president, we had Russiagate. And Russiagate was BS, and they were basically saying, Trump's a puppet of Putin and all this stuff. And so Trump felt compelled to, prove those people wrong. And so, if anything, when he was president, he was very aggressive against Russia. I mean, he did the NATO buildup on Russia's border.
Which, of course, had horrendous consequences. Oh, wait, no, it didn't.
He said no to the pipeline deal at the time.
Which is actually, I think, a good perspective. Because, again, attaching yourself economically, at the hip, to an authoritarian dictatorship with expansionist goals, not a good idea.
Time he was arming some unsavory factions in Ukraine, including the Azov Battalion. Like,
again, they gave the weapons to the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainian government dispersed them how they wanted.
The explicitly neo-Nazi linked types. So, funny enough, he was actually very hawkish on the issue of Russia when he was in power. And so I'd be afraid that he would react to the media narrative too much, because the media narrative would again be, oh, he's soft, oh, he's a Putin puppet, oh, he's weak, oh, he's letting Vladimir get away with whatever the hell he wants to get away with. And I think he would overreact to that and maybe do something borderline, and then we're really in trouble. So his instability actually scares me more than any other potential candidate who I think would do more or less a similar thing.
His instability is largely symbolic. I don't think it would actually change anything.
I think that, Biden and DeSantis and the others would kind of try to walk that line of, like, defensive weapons, but keep it in the defensive realm, and then sort of let it play out. My perspective is peace, negotiation, try to find it. Just give peace a chance.
Oh, they've done it twice already, Kyle. There were 2 Minsk agreements, and both of them were violated by Russia. And you're just like, just once more. Like, just another piece of paper, Vlad. You don't tear this one up. How well did that work for Ned Stark?
Look, I could be wrong, right? That if you make a deal...
Yeah, but what happens when you're wrong, Kyle? What happens when you make a deal, your side agrees to the deal, and, Ukraine gets weaker and is broken up and is in a worse position than it was previously, and is not in NATO, has no protection, and gets invaded again when Russia rebuilds and has a different strategy that works better and actually accomplishes their own goals. There's... If you stop and allow Russia to take a breather and be like, okay, what did we do wrong? What can we do better next time? That's a problem. Okay? That is a problem. Fuck. Get some diapers.
He just goes back on it and keeps invading places. That's very possible. And in that case, it'd be fair to say, hey, man, that was like a Neville Chamberlain move and you got played like a bitch.
Yeah. And considering the fact he's already broken agreements that they signed, you would have been played more times than once in a single... You would... It's like going to a scam artist and being like, if I give you this money, you'll do X, Y, and Z with it, right? I know you've scammed a couple other people and ripped them off, but here, I'll let you do this. Just don't scam me.
Okay, maybe, but I'm on team give peace a chance, because it's possible that, look, their military is depleted.
Currently, yes. But considering Vladimir Putin wants concessions, and the elites in Russia he's surrounded himself with, who have X, Y, and Z power, have the same goal, just maybe they make a deal with China just like you wanted, and they get some weapons and stuff in the meantime. So just... Oh, it's sad. Very sad.
They had forced conscription. People don't want to be doing it. And it's possible that he doesn't have the ability anymore to keep going, even if he wanted to. So you got to give peace a chance. And that...
The problem is, if that was the case, he would have stopped after the fall offensive. He would have not done the conscription. Okay? he would have said, okay, my army is fucking up so bad I've lost most of my fucking tanks that are actually operational. Maybe, just maybe, it's not an economically viable thing to do. But just, that's not the case.
That would mean negotiation, diplomacy, finding a way out of it that's reasonable. And we all know Boris Johnson went there and killed an attempted peace deal from early on.
He didn't kill it. Boris Johnson, if you know anything about Boris Johnson, he's not what I would call a negotiator. From what I understand, he went to Ukraine to bolster his numbers back home. Like that's the only reason he went there. He went on several trips to Ukraine, so much it became commonplace in British society to be like, Boris is in trouble. He's off to Ukraine again. So just, you're a political analyst. Try and keep track of politics. I have a full-time job that is not political. And I have more awareness of the situation than you do. And that's sad. That is so fucking sad. Because this is your entire job. This is what you're supposed to be able to do every fucking day. And you fail. And it's just sad. You know. Oh my God.
Which is unforgivable, in my opinion.
Is there anything else left in this video? I'm not sure.
So anyway, that's the breakdown. These are, I think, the least politically savvy here is Pence and the people who seem like they're...
Yeah, fuck you. Last one. All right. Now let's go into the last one. Oh my God. I'm actually surprised he hasn't done an entire video on how Finland needs to be expelled from NATO because, you know, its inclusion into NATO has more than doubled the border with NATO and Russia, and maybe reparations paid to Russia so they're not offended, even though, you know, NATO expands democratically and Finland decided to join democratically, rather than, you know, how Russia is starting to try and expand. But, you know, distinction that Kyle doesn't make here. But let's talk about, or let's now look at what Kyle thinks of Putin's war crimes, or the ICC warrant that was put out for Putin.
So this story came out the other day. I thought it was pretty interesting. ICC, that's the International Criminal Court, issues arrest warrant for Putin over alleged war crimes, including unlawful deportation of children.
Yeah, a pretty serious crime.
The International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin, accusing him of war crimes in Ukraine. The ICC announced the warrant on Friday and said Putin is allegedly responsible for the war crime of unlawful deportation of children, of population, unlawful deportation of population, and then in parentheses, children.
Yeah, the deportation of population is the crime. They're just specifying children.
And that of unlawful transfer of population, children, from occupied areas of Ukraine to the Russian Federation. Separately, the court issued a warrant for Maria Lvova-Belova.
Yeah. Yeah, she has 20-some children, I believe. Yes. 5 biological children and 18 adopted children. 18 adopted children. She must be such a good mother to have so much time on her hands with her government ministerial job, as well as so many children that she probably personally looks after. Right? Such a good mother.
Nice name.
Yeah.
Russia's Commissioner for Children's Rights on the same charges. ICC prosecutor Karim Khan opened an investigation into possible war crimes against humanity and genocide in Ukraine a year ago. He highlighted during 4 trips to Ukraine that he was looking at alleged crimes against children and the targeting of civilian infrastructure.
Which both have been done pretty publicly by Russia. I believe there was a Russian mill blogger who was talking about the necessity of bombing the Ukrainian power grid in order to stop hospitals from functioning in order to kill more Ukrainians. Lovely pro-war propagandists that they have there in Russia.
Moscow has reportedly denied being responsible
I actually think that mill blogger died recently.
for a number of war crimes they've been accused of since invading Ukraine. They are, quote, there are reasonable grounds to believe that Putin bears individual criminal responsibility for the aforementioned crimes.
Yeah, well, it's his war, and he's an authoritarian dictator who has responsibility for pretty much everything that's going on in the war.
Fox News reported on Friday that Moscow responded to the arrest warrants by saying they are not part of the International Criminal Court and they have no responsibility to the organization.
Technically true, but there are bigger implications that we'll get to that he doesn't.
Quote, the decisions of the International Criminal Court have no meaning for our country, including from a legal point of view, Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said in the statement. So, I mean, this is the exact thing the U.S. says, by the way.
Similar, but the U.S., no one's gonna anger the U.S. by arresting any U.S. citizen or official that the ICC gives warrants for. So, any ICC that issues any decree against America is toothless on its face. Russia, on the other hand, doesn't have quite the same power, especially not now.
This is the exact thing the U.S. says. Like, oh, you can't come after us because we're not even part of your shitty little court. The court's president, Pyotr Hofmansky, said the execution of these warrants will depend on international cooperation. In other words, we really don't have a way of enforcing this, but we just hope that somebody will enforce it. And
well, that's how the international community works. The sovereignty of nations is still guaranteed. So it does require other nations to participate in said court in order to facilitate the actual effect.
The international community will cooperate?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do.
That's kind of the gist of what they're saying there. So they're just brushing it aside. Look, in terms of the specific war crimes that Putin committed, I think there's a laundry list of them. I don't know about the unlawful transfer of children thing, the kidnapping thing. I really have no idea about that. I've never read any articles about that. I've never seen any evidence of that.
And yet you're talking about the ICC warrant that deals with this specific subject. Here, let's just take a look. You see, all right. There's a Wikipedia article on it. AP News has an article on it. The Guardian has an article on it. Global News, TVP World. Like, he could have just Googled it. You're doing an entire fucking video on this, and you do zero fucking research. Zero fucking research on the main topic that the ICC is covering. Just... please, for the love of God, if you're going to try and speak authoritatively on a subject, just try to do a Google search at the very least. I have a full-time job. This is why this video is taking fucking forever. But, I actually put effort in. Like, just the barest minimum of effort. And it's more than you. And this is your job. It's sad. This is very fucking sad.
But to me, that's really beside the point, because what we know for sure is there's been targeting of civilian infrastructure without a doubt.
Yes, like that is really fucking obvious. That's been plastered more than the children abduction thing, and still bragged about by Russians. Again,
and even purposeful killing of civilians. There was a video that went viral on Twitter the other day of a Russian soldier just executing in cold blood a Ukrainian who they had as their prisoner.
Yeah. That Russia's not afraid of war crimes.
You know, he was standing
But they should be.
there smoking a cigarette, and they just gunned him down. And so that alone is a war crime. So you have the purposeful targeting of civilians, the purposeful targeting of civilian infrastructure, just the illegal and offensive invasion against a country that didn't attack them.
Yeah.
That's the other part of this. Now, my contention to you guys, I mean, Putin admitted this in his speech when he said that Russia was going to invade and do the special military operation or whatever they called it. He basically said, like, Ukraine is a fake state and we want to get back to the glory of the Russian Empire. Which is kind of like, hey, idiot, these are the things you're supposed to, like, cover. You're supposed to stick to your justification and rationalizations, right? Just like when the U.S. invaded Iraq. Oh, Saddam worked with Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, at least Putin's honest, but Russia doesn't have to pretend to be a democracy. Okay?
And he kept, making that point, and then they had to move the goalpost. Oh, he's just a really bad guy and a dictator, bro. So, but you have to, like, stick with your line of BS so that people don't see your real reasons.
He doesn't, though. He's a dictator for life, and like most dictators, it doesn't fucking matter what the rationale is. They can change it from minute to fucking minute.
And he admitted in the launch of the invasion, like, yeah, it's a fake state and it's ours, and we're gonna go ahead and take it back. But the other thing is, it's not a coincidence that they just found oil and gas off the coast of Crimea a year before Putin invaded into Crimea. That was what, 2012?
There's a laundry list of why Putin wanted Crimea. One of them is the port of Sevastopol and control over the Black Sea. One of them is to limit Ukraine's ability to project any influence in the Black Sea. So increase Russia's, decrease Ukrainians, basically steal ports, steal territory, steal civilians. Russia's losing a lot of civilians, and even more after the war. So yeah, it's not. And so oil and gas also there. Oil and gas in the eastern part of Ukraine as well. And yeah, there's a laundry list of things.
2014, roughly thereabouts. And then same thing here. He invades Ukraine. This is soon after they had discovered massive natural gas deposits in Ukraine. Like right after that. So there's so many parallels to the Iraq War, because that was also one of the reasons the U.S. invaded Iraq, was also we wanted control of the oil. And the oil production shot up massively after we invaded and took control of the infrastructure. So there are many parallels there. My point is, I don't know about the specific war crimes they're trying to get him on, but he's guilty of so many of them that they should probably go for the slam dunk cases.
Just, again, why wouldn't you just do the bare minimum of research on the war crimes if you're going to speak about them? We're almost 4.5 minutes in, and you haven't made any coherent points. Well, you haven't made very many.
But it's all going to come to naught anyway, because our international institutions are so hollowed out and vapid, and you don't have everybody signing on to them. And this is Russia throwing back in the U.S.'s face what the U.S. says as well about the International Criminal Court.
You see, there's a difference there, because the U.S. doesn't have to worry about any country arresting any of its officials. Russia, on the other hand, can't send Putin to any Western nations anymore. Like, Putin cannot travel to Germany. and meet with their chancellor to discuss, say, a pipeline or anything like that. They can't go. Putin can't go to, say, Italy or France and try and negotiate or strike deals or do anything in the West. Neither can Lvova Belova. And if the ICC starts doing this to more and more Russian leaders and administrators, then Russia's basically has a handcuffed administration that cannot do its job internationally. Everything has to be done in-house. And that becomes a huge fucking problem. So if the ICC starts distributing more of these warrants, those people can't travel to any Western nation because those Western nations won't arrest any U.S. officials. But Russian ones? Abso-fucking-lutely. So there's a little wrinkle that you're not talking about.
In fact, the Pentagon tried to block these International Criminal Court charges against Russia because they felt like if we open this door, they could come after us too.
No, they can't. Like, there isn't any country in the world that's going to arrest any U.S. official that goes to any country. That shit show and economic threat is too fucking great.
Meaning U.S. leaders who are war criminals. And we just covered that story not too long ago. But look,
I haven't seen those.
My reaction is very simple. Totally based. Go after Vladimir Putin. Nothing's going to come of this, but that sucks. I wish we lived in a system where there was a law and order at the international scale. And
like I said, there are limitations. It does have an effect. It's not as much as some people make it out to be, but it's not as little as you're making it out to be. We did say something before that once.
Nothing's going to come of this, but that sucks. I wish we
No, before that.
covered that story not too long ago. But look, my reaction is very simple. Totally based. Go after Vladimir Putin.
Considering the fact that you think this has zero impact, it does make sense that you're like, totally based, go after Vladimir Putin, even though it has zero impact from your perspective. Because, you know, if it did have an impact, I imagine that Kyle would be like, no, we can't do that. No, it'll upset Russia.
Nothing's going to come of this, but that sucks. I wish we lived in a system where there was a law and order at the international scale and, you know, people could be held accountable for their crimes because I think that these innocent civilians, their lives mattered. And they're not treated like that, right? I mean...
You're not going to have that anytime soon. Okay? Having a worldwide logistical political system is fairly impossible at this stage.
It's still a very primitive type system that we live under where internationally there's very little justice. But
justice is subjective.
I would go after Putin, and I would also go after George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. At the very least. I mean, there we're just getting started because, funny enough, this was just the 20-year anniversary of Iraq. It just happened a few days ago.
Interesting, he says go after Dick Cheney and George W. Bush, but he will find any excuse to say, don't upset Russia. Oh, but American criminals? Yeah, fuck, go after them. So, I think it's because he knows no one's going to go after any American officials. But if someone actually, you know, goes after an international criminal, oh, it's too much. Virtue signal. Virtue signal.
Iraq invasion. And I want to remind everybody what we're dealing with here. Now, this is an article that came out, I think, in 2013. And so it's been way worse. It's way worse now than it was then. But this was the most comprehensive breakdown of the war in Iraq that I've ever seen. And I brought it up on a number of occasions. So here's what they say. Business Insider article.
Just
based on a
America's
report about
crimes.
What happened on the ground? Brookings Institute report the cost of war project. This is what happened on the ground in Iraq. There were 189,000 direct war deaths. 4,488 U.S. service personnel killed directly. 32,223 troops injured. And
I
that
think
doesn't
it's just the
include PTSD.
hypocrisy burn that he's going on.
134,000 civilians killed directly. 655,000 people who died in Iraq since the invasion that would not have died if the invasion had not all said and done by 2053. 20 billion.
10 billion, 20 billion, yada. Yeah, the U.S. spends a lot on it spent a lot on its invasions and didn't really accomplish what they said they thought they were going to accomplish. But yeah, there's just hypocrisy burning, I think.
Each day in Iraq. 12 billion is the cost per month of the war.
This is supposed to be about
7 billion
Putin's
is the
war
amount owed
crimes.
to Iraq by the U.S. after the war. And they go on to say it cost 20 billion just to do air conditioning there, 47s. 43, 85 billion is the revenue from Iraqi oil in 2011. And then we have 150 billion is the amount that oil companies are expected to invest in oil development over the next decade. 75 billion is the approximate amount expected to go to American subcontracting companies' atrocities against the Kurds.
Yeah.
So this is the Iraq war. So you want to go after Vladimir Putin for his war crimes? Sign me up, 100% on board with it. But in order to maintain legitimacy, in order to be serious about justice truly being blind and the system truly being fair, arrest Bush, arrest Cheney, bring them.
The only reason he brings these guys up is because he knows that it's never going to happen. Pick your battles. You know, if you have the option of doing nothing or one thing that's beneficial, but not both things that are beneficial, do the one thing. Okay, just there's you should try and be principled, but you're not always going to be able to do that. You're going to be faced with dilemmas where if you want to be principled, you have to do nothing. And I would argue that's worse than not doing something. You should do something. You know, the ICC issuing warrants for Putin and Lvova-Belova, good. You know, it's going to have significant impact, not massive impact, but a significant one. But again, just in perspective, okay? You know, you're not going to be able to get Bush, you're not going to be able to get Cheney, you're not going to be able to get Obama, you're not going to be able to get any of the war criminals in America on anything.
Them all up on war crimes. And a day where Putin, Bush, and Cheney all go down for their war crimes would be a good day. But again, I won't hold my breath for it because the reaction from the Russian government and the U.S. government is basically piss off. We don't abide by your little court. We don't believe in law and order. We believe in us above everybody else.
But there's a difference. America can do what it wants. Russia can't.
We believe in no consequences for us because we've defined ourselves as the good guy. That's what Putin says vis-a-vis Russia. That's what U.S. leaders say about the U.S.
That's it.
And they're all wrong. They're all wrong.
Okay. It just... You can say they're wrong all you want, but if there's no material impact, it doesn't matter. But yeah, going after Putin, good, and it does have a material impact because it limits his travel. Like he can't go to a bunch of Western nations because he'll get arrested. Bush and Dick Cheney, even if there was an ICC warrant out, would never get arrested. They could walk into London, they could walk into Berlin, no one's going to touch them. Okay? But Putin, on the other hand, Lvova Belova, any other Russians that get hit with the ICC warrant, they're not going to be able to go to any Western country. And that does have a material impact. And anywho, that is my tirade against Kyle. Fucking moron. But yeah, if you like my content, you want to see more of it, then subscribe, click the like, click the join. If you want to pay for the services provided, my Patreon's below. Until next time, I'll probably do more reaction videos when I have time, but god damn, I had to get through this. I really had to do this because this man just hurts my brain. He really does. Anywho, until next time, chatio.